Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On the 15th of March, in the year 44 BC, in a hall attached to the Great Stone Theatre that the general Pompey the Great had built on the edge of the city of Rome, a man of 55 years old, dressed in the purple-bordered toga of a magistrate, and wearing that particular week a wreath of golden laurel that he had recently been given leave to wear at all times, walked in and took his seat upon a gilded chair to preside over a meeting of the Roman Senate. He had been warned. A seer named Spurinna, so the story goes, had told him weeks before to be on his guard against a danger that would come no later than the Ides of March, the 15th day of the month by the old Roman reckoning. And the story says that as he walked into the portico that morning, he passed the same seer in the crowd and remarked to him, lightly, almost teasingly, that the Ides of March had come, and that the seer answered him that they had come, yes, but that they had not yet gone. His wife, the story says, had begged him that same morning not to leave the house at all, shaken by a dream in which she had held his murdered body in her arms, and he had very nearly listened to her, had very nearly sent word that the Senate should meet another day, before a friend and fellow senator, a man he trusted and had no reason on earth to distrust, arrived at his door and, with easy, practised charm, talked him out of his wife's fear and walked with him the short distance to the meeting. Whether every detail of that morning happened exactly as the historians who wrote it down 1 and 2 centuries later say it happened, we cannot now be certain, and it is worth setting the uncertainty down plainly at the very start of this long night, because history has had 2,000 years to polish this particular story into something closer to theatre than to fact, and we will have reason to question its finer details more than once before this night is over. But what is not in doubt is what happened next. As he took his seat that morning, a crowd of senators, more than 60 of them by most reckonings, closed in around his chair on the pretext of presenting him with a petition, and at a signal a knife was drawn, and then another, and then a great many more, until a man who had conquered more of the known world than any Roman before him, who had crossed a small stream a few years earlier in an act that had already made him a legend in his own lifetime, who had been declared only weeks before dictator of Rome for the whole remainder of his life, lay dead on the marble floor of a hall built by his oldest and most famous rival, stabbed some 23 times by men who called themselves and sincerely believed themselves to be the liberators of their country. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar, and the republic his killers believed they were saving would not survive him by so much as 14 years. That is where this story ends, and it is worth beginning there, in the blood and the marble and the shouting, because everything else this long night has to tell you is really just an answer to a single question. How does a republic that had spent 500 years building itself, quite deliberately, quite carefully, around the terror of exactly this outcome, around an ancient and sacred hatred of the very idea of being ruled by one man, end up here, in this hall, on this particular morning, watching 60 of its own most respected citizens murder the most powerful man among them, in the desperate, doomed hope of turning the clock back to a world that had, in truth, already stopped existing? Julius Caesar did not appear from nowhere to seize a healthy and functioning state. He was, in the deepest sense, the product of that state's own slow, self-inflicted unravelling, a man of extraordinary intelligence, extraordinary charm, extraordinary ambition, and an almost total absence of the ordinary caution that might have made a lesser man hesitate, who arrived at exactly the moment in Roman history when a man like him had become, if not inevitable, then very close to it. He did not invent the crisis that killed the Roman Republic. He was its final and most brilliant symptom, and in the end its most famous victim. This is his story, and it is also, because the two cannot honestly be separated, the story of the republic he loved and served and climbed, and in the eyes of the men who killed him, destroyed. Before we drift into the rest of this long story together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to, and if you happen to be new to this small corner of the internet. We're still a young channel trying to reach our first 1,000 subscribers, so if this kind of slow, honest, unhurried history is the sort of thing that helps you drift off at night, please consider subscribing and helping us get there. These stories, by the way, also go up early over on Spotify for creators, ahead of anywhere else, so if you would rather listen with your eyes closed the very first time a new one arrives, you will find the link waiting for you down in the description. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below. It is a small thing, but it helps other restless, sleepless people find their way here. And there is something quietly comforting about knowing that somewhere out there, in a different time zone, under a different sky, a stranger is settling into their own bed tonight, listening to this same slow unspooling of history. So get comfortable now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your eyes soften, even if they stay open a while longer yet. Turn the light down if you can, and let yourself sink into the long tale of the boy from a fading noble family who made himself the most famous Roman who ever lived, and of the republic that killed him for it, and that did not survive him, and of everything, small and large, that is one crowded, restless, extraordinary life left quietly behind in the world we still wake up into every single morning, a republic built to fear one man, to understand why 60 senators felt they had no choice but to murder Julius Caesar with their own hands in public, in the middle of a meeting of the very body he presided over. We cannot begin with Caesar himself. We have to begin nearly 450 years earlier, with the founding wound of the Roman state, because the republic that Caesar was born into, and rose through, and ultimately broke, had been built, quite deliberately and quite consciously, as a machine for preventing exactly what he eventually became. The old stories that Romans told about their own beginnings say that the city was ruled, for its first 2.5 centuries, by kings, 7 of them by the traditional count, and that the last of these kings, a man remembered as Tarquin the Proud, was a tyrant of the worst kind, arrogant and violent, whose own son committed a terrible crime against a noble woman named Lucretia, and that her death at her own hand, in grief and shame, sparked an uprising led by a nobleman named Lucius Junius Brutus that drove the king and his family from the city forever. Whether that story happened in anything like the detail the later Romans told it, we cannot say with any confidence, because it comes down to us filtered through centuries of retelling by a people who had every reason to want their founding story to be a story of tyranny defeated. But what is not in doubt is the date the Romans themselves settled on for it, 509 years before the birth of Christ, and what is not in doubt either is what the Romans did next, because in the aftermath of that expulsion, the citizens of Rome are said to have taken a solemn oath, sworn by every man in the community, that the city would never again be ruled by a single man, that the word king itself, rex in their own language, would become one of the most poisonous words a Roman could speak of another Roman, and that oath, sworn in the dust outside a city that was still, in truth, a fairly minor town on a muddy river crossing in central Italy, would shape the next 5 centuries of Roman history more completely than almost any other single fact about the Roman character. What the Romans built in the place of a king was a system that modern historians still study with a kind of wondering respect, a republic, from the Latin phrase res publica, the public thing, the thing that belonged to everyone and to no one in particular. Instead of one king, the Romans elected 2 consuls every single year, men who shared equal power and could each veto the actions of the other, so that no single man could ever hold the highest office of the state for longer than 12 months at a stretch, and so that even within that single year, one consul's ambitions were checked, moment to moment, by the presence of his colleague. Below the consul stood a whole ladder of lesser offices, quaestors who managed finance, aediles who managed the markets and the public games, praetors who administered justice and commanded armies in the consul's absence, each office held for a single year, each one a rung that an ambitious young Roman nobleman had to climb in order, waiting the legally required years between each step before he could stand for the one above it. And presiding over the whole arrangement, advising rather than commanding, at least in the strict letter of the law, sat the Senate, a council made up, in practice, of every man who had ever held one of those elected offices, a body of several hundred experienced, wealthy, and connected men whose formal power was, on paper, nothing more than advice, but whose advice, backed by the accumulated prestige and the accumulated relationships of Rome's most established families, was, in practice, almost impossible for any ordinary magistrate to ignore. It is worth dwelling for a moment on just how thoroughly this whole arrangement was designed around a single, obsessive anxiety, because that anxiety is going to matter enormously later in this story. Nearly every feature of the Roman constitution, the shared consulship, the one-year terms, the requirement of years of waiting between offices, the veto power built into nearly every layer of government, existed for one overriding purpose: to prevent any single Roman from accumulating enough power for long enough to make himself another king. The Romans built term limits into their government more than 2,000 years before most of the world had even conceived of the idea, not out of some abstract love of democratic theory, but out of a very specific, very concrete, almost superstitious dread, passed down as a kind of civic memory from the expulsion of Tarquin. That unchecked power in the hands of one man always, eventually curdled into tyranny. And for a very long time, remarkably, the system worked. The early centuries of the Republic were not calm ones. They were marked by a long, grinding internal struggle that historians call the conflict of the orders, a struggle between the patricians, the old aristocratic families who claimed a special hereditary right to lead, and the plebeians, the much larger body of ordinary citizens, farmers and craftsmen and shopkeepers who found themselves shut out of real political power despite bearing the heaviest burden of the Republic's constant wars. The plebeians' great weapon in this long struggle was breathtakingly simple, and, for its time, breathtakingly effective. They would simply walk out of the city altogether, refusing to work, refusing to fight in the legions, until their grievances were addressed, a tactic that modern historians sometimes call the first general strike in recorded history, and across roughly 2 centuries of this quiet, patient, repeated pressure, the plebeians won for themselves officials called tribunes, whose persons were declared sacred and inviolable, and who held the power to veto almost any act of the state on the people's behalf, and written laws published openly in the forum for every citizen to see and know, and eventually gradually access to nearly every office in the Roman state, including, at last, the consulship itself. By roughly 300 years before the birth of Christ, Rome possessed something genuinely rare in the ancient world, a political system flexible enough to absorb serious, sustained internal conflict without collapsing into either civil war or a return to one-man rule, a system that had, through patient negotiation rather than revolution, managed to give its poorer citizens a real and growing stake in a state that had once belonged entirely to its oldest families. And while Rome was arguing with itself in this slow, grinding, ultimately productive way, it was also, almost as a kind of background hum to its own internal politics, quietly conquering the whole of the Italian peninsula around it, war by war, alliance by alliance, against the Latin cities that were its nearest neighbours, against the mountain peoples of central Italy called the Samnites, against the old Etruscan cities to the north that had once ruled over Rome itself in the days of its kings, against the proud Greek colonies that lined the southern coast. And here, in the way Rome behaved after each of these victories, lies what many historians consider the single most important and most distinctive feature of the entire Roman story, the thing that separated Rome from every other ambitious city-state of the ancient Mediterranean world. What it chose to do with the peoples it had just finished defeating. Rome did not, as a rule, simply enslave or annihilate the communities it conquered, the way so many ancient conquerors did as a matter of routine. It absorbed them. Defeated cities became allies, bound to Rome by treaty and by military obligation, and over time, generation by generation, many of their citizens were granted a share of Roman citizenship, partial at first, and then, eventually in many cases complete, so that the soldiers of a people Rome had crushed in battle, one generation might be marching under Roman standards as Romans only 2 or 3 generations later. Rome, in other words, had discovered a genuinely novel trick. It had learned how to turn its enemies into itself, and it is worth remembering that trick now, early in this story, because it is the engine, more than any single battle or any single general, that would eventually make Rome not merely the master of Italy, but the master of the entire Mediterranean world. And it is the very success of that engine, the sheer scale of the empire it built, that would, in the end, generate the pressures that broke the republic that built it. The city Caesar climbed. Before we follow this particular family and this particular boy any further into the story, it is worth pausing to build, in your own mind, some real and lasting sense of the city Julius Caesar was actually born into. Because the Rome of the 1st century before Christ was not the marble, orderly, monumental capital that later centuries would eventually build on the very same 7 hills, but something rougher, louder, closer, and in many ways stranger, a city of perhaps 1 million people by the time Caesar reached adulthood, making it, by a wide margin, the largest urban settlement anywhere in the ancient Mediterranean world, and one that had grown up quite literally on top of itself. Narrow winding streets threading between tall, cheaply built, frequently collapsing apartment blocks called insulae, where the ordinary poor of the city, the very people whose votes and whose affections Caesar would spend a fortune he didn't have trying to win, lived crowded 5 and 6 stories high above shops and workshops that spilled their noise and their smoke and their smell directly into the street below. There was no reliable sewage system reaching most of that housing, no fire brigade worth the name until Caesar's own political rival Crassus began building his private, extortionate one, and no police force in anything like the modern sense, so that a Roman senator walking home after dark through the poorer quarters of his own capital city did so, as a matter of ordinary practical wisdom, with an armed escort of his household slaves and dependents, a small, personal, ever-present reminder of just how thin the line between order and violence actually ran through daily Roman life, centuries before that violence ever reached the floor of the Senate itself. It is worth dwelling too on the peculiar, intensely personal machinery of Roman politics that a young man like Caesar had to master from childhood if he ever hoped to climb it, because there was no such thing in this world as a political party in anything like the modern sense. No organised platform, no membership card, no disciplined voting bloc. What there was instead was a vast, overlapping, deeply personal web of obligation called the patron-client system, in which every Roman of standing, from the poorest freedman to the wealthier senator, was bound by custom and by real social pressure into relationships of mutual obligation, running both up and down the social ladder. A poor client calling each morning at his patron's house to offer a public greeting and receive, in exchange, a small daily handout of food or coin, and the promise of legal protection or political support when it was needed, and that same patron, in turn, owing loyalty and support to some still wealthier and more powerful figure above him, all the way up to the handful of truly great families whose accumulated networks of clients, spreading out across the city and across the wider Italian countryside, numbered in the tens of thousands. Elections in this world were not decided by policy debate in any way a modern voter would easily recognise. They were decided in very large part by exactly this kind of accumulated personal obligation, reinforced at election time by open, unapologetic bribery, by lavish public feasts and public games staged specifically to buy popular gratitude, and by the sheer physical spectacle of a candidate walking through the forum, surrounded by as large and as impressive a crowd of supporters and clients as he could possibly muster. Because in a political culture with no opinion polling and no mass media beyond word of mouth and the occasional painted slogan on a wall, the visible size of a man's following was itself a kind of political argument, a public demonstration of standing that voters were expected to read and respond to with their own votes. It was into this loud, crowded, intensely personal, and quietly violent world, a city where political defeat could mean genuine financial ruin, and political victory could mean, as we have already seen in Sulla's case, and will see again before this story is finished, the power of life and death over one's own rivals, that the young Julius Caesar was raised to compete. And it is worth remembering this whole tangled, sweaty, clamouring texture of Republican Rome. The shouted greetings in the forum at dawn, the bribed voters lining up at wooden voting pens called saepta, the smoke of the sacrificial altars mixing with the smoke of 1,000 cook fires, every time this story tells you, later on, of a vote taken, a law passed, or a crowd swayed, because it was this world, and not some abstract or bloodless constitutional theory, that Caesar spent his entire life learning to read, and in the end, learning to break. Victory's poison. It is one of the great bitter ironies threaded through this whole story, an irony this channel has met before in other empires on other nights, that it was not defeat, but overwhelming, repeated, world-altering victory that ultimately killed the Roman Republic. By the middle of the 3rd century before Christ, Rome controlled the whole of the Italian peninsula, and across a narrow stretch of sea to the south and west sat the other great power of the western Mediterranean, Carthage, a wealthy trading city on the coast of North Africa, near what is now the city of Tunis, whose navy had no serious rival anywhere in the Western Sea. The two powers collided, first over the island of Sicily, and then over the fate of the entire Western Mediterranean, in a sequence of conflicts that historians call the Punic Wars. 3 of them in all fought across more than a century, and it is not an exaggeration to call this sequence of wars something close to Rome's own version of a world war, a series of conflicts so vast, so costly, and so transformative that everything about Roman society on the far side of them looked fundamentally different from everything on the near side. The first of these wars, fought largely at sea, a domain in which Rome, at its outset, possessed essentially no serious navy at all, ended after 23 grinding years with Carthage suing for peace, and Rome acquiring Sicily as its very first overseas province, its first taste of the kind of territory that did not simply join the Roman system as an ally, but was ruled, taxed and administered directly from Rome as a subject possession. The Second Punic War produced the single most dangerous enemy Rome would ever face before Caesar's own era, the Carthaginian general Hannibal, who in the year 218 before Christ did something that struck contemporaries as scarcely believable, marching an army, elephants and all, out of Spain, across southern Gaul and directly over the Alps into the Italian peninsula itself, where for 15 extraordinary years he ranged across Roman territory essentially undefeated, annihilating a Roman army of something like 70,000 men in a single catastrophic afternoon at a small town called Cannae, in a battle of encirclement still studied in military academies across the world today. Any other ancient state faced with a defeat of that magnitude might reasonably have sued for peace. Rome, characteristically, refused even to discuss it, raised fresh legions, and eventually carried the war to Hannibal's own homeland, where a young Roman general named Scipio finally broke Carthaginian power for good at the Battle of Zama in 202 before Christ. A third and final Punic War, 50 years later, was scarcely a war at all in any real military sense, so much as a deliberate, calculated act of destruction, urged on by hardline voices in the Roman Senate who'd come to see Carthage's mere continued existence as an intolerable risk, and it ended with the city razed to the ground and its surviving population sold into slavery. The Mediterranean now had one undisputed master, and the Romans themselves, with a confidence that tells you everything about how they now saw their own place in the world, began calling that sea Mare Nostrum our sea. But that total, world-altering victory carried a poison inside it that almost no one in Rome fully understood until its effects had already become impossible to reverse. Empire brought with it a flood of wealth, and just as significantly, a flood of enslaved people into Italy on a scale the peninsula had never before absorbed, and that flood quietly, steadily, catastrophically broke the social structure that had made the Roman Republic work in the first place. Wealthy aristocratic families, newly rich on the plunder and the taxes of conquered provinces, began buying up vast agricultural estates and working them with gangs of enslaved labourers, a system that was, in the narrowest economic sense, extraordinarily efficient, and that steadily drove the free, small, independent farmers of Italy off the land their families had worked for generations. And those farmers mattered to the Roman state in a way that went far beyond simple economics, because for centuries service in the Roman legions had been tied directly to property ownership, on the theory deeply embedded in Roman civic thinking that a man who owned land had something real to defend and could be trusted with a sword in his hand. As those small farmers lost their land generation after generation, they drifted instead into the city of Rome itself, swelling into a growing, landless, increasingly desperate urban population with no stake, in the old sense, in the state they were nominally citizens of, and no easy way back into the property-owning class that had once defined what it meant to be a proper Roman soldier and a proper Roman voter. In the year 133 before Christ, a young tribune from one of Rome's most distinguished families, Tiberius Gracchus, looked at this growing crisis and proposed a solution that seems, from where we sit tonight, almost embarrassingly modest. Redistribute some of the public land that wealthy families had illegally accumulated in excess of long-standing legal limits, and give it back to Rome's dispossessed farmers. It is worth pausing here, because the Senate's response to this proposal set a precedent so catastrophic, so permanently corrosive to Roman political life, that its effects would still be working themselves out on the day Julius Caesar was murdered more than 80 years later. A mob of senators and their followers, enraged at what they saw as a dangerous populist challenge to their own accumulated wealth, clubbed Tiberius Gracchus to death in the street, along with several hundred of his supporters, and thereby did something that no Roman crisis, however severe, had ever quite produced before. They introduced deliberate, organised political murder into the ordinary business of Roman politics. A decade later, Tiberius's younger brother Gaius, pushing an even broader programme of reform, was driven to his own death as well, hunted down by armed opponents of the Senate's own conservative faction. Political violence had entered the bloodstream of the Roman state, and it would never fully leave it again. The next step in this long, grinding unravelling was, in its own way, even more consequential, though it did not look nearly as dramatic at the time it happened. Around the year 107 before Christ, a general named Gaius Marius, faced with a genuine and pressing shortage of eligible soldiers because so many of Rome's small, property-owning farmers had by now lost their land, made a decision that solved his immediate military crisis and, in doing so, quietly planted the seed of the Republic's eventual destruction. He abolished the old property requirement for military service altogether and began recruiting directly from Rome's landless, propertyless poor, offering them for the first time a genuine career in the legions and, crucially, the promise of land and a pension upon their eventual retirement. It worked brilliantly in the narrow sense that it gave Rome the soldiers it needed, but it created something new and something genuinely dangerous alongside that solution, because these new soldiers, unlike the old citizen farmers who had served briefly and then returned to their own land, now served for years at a stretch under a single commanding general and depended on that general personally, rather than on the distant, abstract Roman state for their pay during service and their land upon retirement. Their loyalty, inevitably and almost immediately, began to follow their paymaster rather than their nominal government. Rome's legions, without anyone quite intending it to happen this way, were beginning to transform from citizen soldiers defending a shared republic into something closer to private armies, bound by need and by gratitude to the individual commanders who had raised, paid, and eventually rewarded them. The consequences of that transformation arrived with brutal speed. In the year 88 before Christ, a general named Lucius Cornelius Sulla, locked in a bitter political struggle over who would command a lucrative war in the East, did something that no Roman general had ever before dared to do in the entire history of the Republic. He marched his own legions, soldiers loyal to him personally rather than to the distant Senate, directly into the city of Rome itself by force to settle a political argument with a sword. A brutal civil war followed, and when Sulla finally emerged victorious, he made himself dictator, an old Roman office that had traditionally been granted for brief periods of genuine emergency and was never meant to become anything like a permanent position, and he used that dictatorial power to post lists in the Roman Forum, lists of proscribed citizens, men marked for death, their property to be confiscated and handed in part as a reward to whoever killed them. Thousands died in those proscriptions, entire families were ruined, and Sulla, having crushed his political enemies and reshaped the Roman constitution to favour the Senate's most conservative elements, eventually retired from power altogether, genuinely believing by most accounts that he had restored the old republic to health. He had not. What Sulla had actually done, whether he understood it this way or not, was write a playbook, a working demonstration witnessed by an entire generation of ambitious young Romans, that a sufficiently popular general with a sufficiently loyal army could march on Rome itself, seize total power, purge his enemies without meaningful consequence, and eventually be remembered by a significant portion of his own society, not as a criminal, but as a saviour of the state. And among the young men of that generation who watched Sulla's rise, and Sulla's proscriptions, and Sulla's eventual apparently voluntary retirement, and who very nearly lost his own life to Sulla's proscription lists as a teenager, for reasons we will come to shortly, was a sharp, ambitious, strikingly self-possessed young Roman nobleman from an old but no longer especially powerful family, a boy who had watched all of it unfold at close range, and who would, within little more than 3 decades, take Sulla's playbook and improve it, and use it to end the Roman Republic for good. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar, a boy from a fading family. Julius Caesar was born in the city of Rome in the year 100 before Christ, or perhaps 102, since the ancient sources disagree on the exact year in ways that modern historians have never been able to fully resolve, into a family that presents, right at the outset of this story, one of the first of many small ironies that will recur again and again before this night is through. The Julii Caesars were, by their own proud and constantly repeated claim, one of the oldest patrician families in Rome, tracing their lineage back through legend rather than any verifiable record to the goddess Venus herself, by way of her mortal son Aeneas, the Trojan refugee whose own long, wandering journey this channel has told on another night, and whose descendants, according to Roman myth, went on to found the city of Rome itself. It is magnificent, almost absurdly grand lineage to claim, a lineage that reached, in the family's own telling, directly back to the gods. And it is worth pausing on it for a moment because it tells you something important about how the young Caesar was raised to think about himself and his place in the world, steeped from earliest childhood in the conviction that he belonged, by blood, to the very oldest and most sacred stratum of Roman aristocracy. And yet, for all that ancient semi-divine pedigree, the Julii Caesares of the actual historical 1st century before Christ were not, in the ordinary and much more immediate sense that mattered in day-to-day Roman politics, a particularly wealthy or powerful family at all. No member of the family had held the consulship, the very summit of the Roman political ladder, in well over a century before Caesar's own birth. They were old, and they were proud, and their names still opened certain doors, but by the standards of the grasping, ferociously competitive Roman nobility of the late Republic, they were, in the plainest terms, a family in decline, clinging to an inherited prestige that had long since stopped translating into real political power. It is worth naming here a persistent piece of folklore about Caesar's birth that many people today have heard, and that deserves to be gently and firmly corrected, because it is one of those historical claims that has been repeated so often in so many popular retellings that it has taken on a kind of false authority it never actually earned. The medical procedure known today as the caesarean section is popularly believed to take its name from the manner of Julius Caesar's own birth, the story being that he was delivered by having his mother's abdomen surgically opened. It is an appealing story, and it is almost certainly not true, and the reason it is almost certainly not true is a simple matter of arithmetic rather than obscure scholarship. In the surgical practice of the ancient world, the procedure we now call a caesarean section was performed only when the mother was already dead or dying, as a last, desperate attempt to save the child, precisely because ancient surgeons possessed no reliable way to close and heal the wound afterward, and the operation was, for the mother, essentially always fatal. Caesar's own mother, a formidable woman named Aurelia, is well documented to have lived for decades after his birth, playing an active and influential role in her son's upbringing, and even, later, in his early political career, and a woman who survived a caesarean delivery performed by ancient methods would have been, quite simply, a medical impossibility of the first order. The name almost certainly comes from somewhere else entirely, perhaps from an ancestor who was himself born by such a procedure generations earlier, perhaps from the Latin word for a fine head of hair, perhaps from a word associated with elephants, given that one branch of the family used an elephant as a symbol on their coinage. The ancient sources themselves, writing centuries after the fact, could not agree, and neither, honestly, can we. And it is worth sitting with that small, deflating correction now, early in the story, because it will not be the last time this particular figure's legend turns out to have outrun the more ordinary, more tangled truth beneath it. Caesar's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of exactly the political violence and instability we have just spent so long describing, and it is worth dwelling on just how directly and how personally that violence touched his own family, because it shaped, in ways that are impossible to overstate, the calculating, watchful, deeply pragmatic political instincts he would carry for the rest of his life. His Aunt Julia was married to Gaius Marius himself, the general whose military reforms had begun the whole cascade of crisis this story has just walked through, and whose bitter, escalating rivalry with Sulla plunged Rome into repeated rounds of civil war throughout Caesar's own childhood and adolescence. When Sulla finally triumphed and began his proscriptions in the late 80s before Christ, the teenage Caesar found himself, through this family connection to Marius, marked as a young man of dangerously suspect political loyalty, and the danger only deepened when Caesar, still barely out of boyhood, married Cornelia, the daughter of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, a man who'd been one of Sulla's most determined political enemies during the civil wars of the previous decade. When Sulla, now dictator and in complete command of the Roman state, ordered the young Caesar to divorce Cornelia, presumably as a simple, low-cost demonstration of loyalty to the new regime, the teenager did something that must have struck older, more cautious observers as either remarkably brave or remarkably foolish, and quite possibly both at once. He refused. Stripped of his inheritance, stripped of his wife's dowry, and formally added to Sulla's proscription lists as a result, the young Caesar was forced to flee Rome altogether and go into hiding, moving from one refuge to another in the countryside around the city, while agents of the dictator hunted for him. And the story goes that he very nearly did not survive it, that he was captured or nearly captured at least once, and that he escaped only by paying a substantial bribe to the officer sent to arrest him. It was, in the end, the pleading of Caesar's own influential relatives, including members of his mother's family who had remained on good terms with Sulla's regime, and the intervention of the Vestal Virgins, Rome's sacred priestesses, that finally secured him a pardon, and Sulla is said to have granted it only with visible reluctance, remarking to those who had interceded on the young man's behalf, in a line that has come down to us through later biographers, and that deserves to be treated with the same careful skepticism we have applied to other quoted lines in stories we have told on other nights, that they should have their way and keep the boy, but that they should understand that in this Caesar there was more than one Marius, a warning, if the words are genuine, of quite extraordinary prescience from a man who was, by most other accounts, thinking mainly about the political conveniences of the moment, rather than making a considered prophecy about the future of the Roman state. It is worth naming, too, exactly what Sulla and his circle actually saw when they looked at this particular teenager, because Suetonius preserves a smaller, stranger detail from these same years that deserves to sit alongside the more famous warning about many Mariuses. Sulla, watching the fashionably dressed young Caesar move through Roman society in a tunic worn loose and unbelted at the waist, in a style some of the capital's more conservative older men considered scandalously effeminate for a young man of good family, is said to have remarked to his own advisers that they should keep a careful eye on that loosely belted boy, a comment that later generations, reading backward from everything Caesar would eventually become, have often taken as an old dictator's uncanny early instinct for a genuine future threat, hidden, at that stage, behind nothing more alarming than a fashionable young nobleman's slightly too casual taste in clothes. Caesar himself, as a grown man, was remembered by his contemporaries as tall for a Roman of his generation, fair-skinned, dark-eyed, and, in his younger years, notably good-looking, a physical presence that several ancient sources credit as part of what made him such an effective public speaker and such a natural favourite of Roman crowds, qualities that would serve him, again and again, across every stage of the long climb this story is only just beginning to describe. Whether Sulla truly said those exact words or not, what is not in doubt is that the young Caesar, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Rome's most powerful man, chose, once pardoned, not to remain quietly in Rome where old grudges might yet find some new pretext to finish what the proscriptions had started, but to leave the city altogether and seek his fortune and his safety in military service abroad, in the eastern provinces of the Roman world, a decision that would very soon produce one of the most vividly remembered episodes of his entire early life. Ransom among the pirates. In the middle of the 70s before Christ, in his mid-20s and already restlessly building the network of connections and small early honours that a young Roman nobleman needed to begin climbing the political ladder, Caesar set sail across the eastern Mediterranean, headed for the island of Rhodes, where he intended to study rhetoric under one of the most celebrated teachers of public speaking in the entire Greek-speaking world, a skill that mattered enormously in a Roman political culture built almost entirely around the ability to persuade a crowd or a jury or a room full of senators through the sheer force of well-constructed argument. On the way, somewhere in the waters near the island of Pharmacusa, his ship was captured by pirates, and it is worth pausing here to say plainly that piracy in this era of the Mediterranean was not the romantic, swashbuckling affair that later centuries would come to imagine, but a genuine large-scale criminal enterprise, operating with something close to open impunity along stretches of coastline where organised states had failed to project reliable naval power, a business built on ransom, robbery, and the enslavement of captured travellers. The pirates who took Caesar demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver for his release, a substantial sum by any ordinary measure, and the story that has come down to us primarily through the later biographer Plutarch writing more than a century afterward, and which therefore deserves, like so much else in this story, to be read with an awareness of how much polish a good anecdote picks up in the retelling, says that Caesar's own response to this demand was to laugh at his captors and inform them that they plainly had no idea whom they had captured, and that he would pay them 50 talents instead. An act of extraordinary, almost theatrical self-confidence for a man whose life was, at that exact moment, entirely in the hands of armed criminals on an open sea. He sent members of his own party off to raise the larger sum from nearby cities, and while he waited held captive for the better part of 40 days, the story says that he behaved less like a frightened prisoner and more like an honoured guest who happened to be surrounded by an audience he considered beneath him, joining in the pirates' games and exercises, reading them poems and speeches he had composed himself, and, whenever they failed to praise his compositions with what he considered sufficient enthusiasm, calling them, to their faces, illiterate savages, and promising them, again and again, half in jest and, as it would turn out, entirely in earnest, that he would one day have every one of them crucified. The pirates, understandably, took this as nothing more than the arrogant bravado of a wealthy young captive trying to preserve some scrap of dignity in a humiliating situation, and they laughed along with him, and when the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was released on the shore, he did not, as anyone in his position might reasonably have been expected to do, simply thank whatever gods he believed in, and continue on his way to Rhodes as quickly as possible. Instead, he went immediately to the nearest major port, raised a small fleet and a force of armed men on his own authority and largely at his own expense, sailed back out to the exact spot where his captors were still anchored, apparently not having expected him to return at all, and captured every one of them. He recovered the ransom money, and then he travelled to the Roman governor of the province, whose formal legal duty it was to try and punish captured pirates, and asked him to have the men executed as the law required. And when that governor, for reasons of his own, whether corruption, caution, or simple bureaucratic slowness, delayed and equivocated and showed every sign of letting the matter drift indefinitely, Caesar, holding no official authority to do so whatsoever, simply returned to the prison himself and had the pirates crucified on his own initiative, exactly as he'd promised them, laughing weeks before. It is worth naming, though, the one small mercy that even his harshest ancient critics record him extending in that moment, because it is a detail that tells you something genuinely useful about the particular character that would define so much of his later career. Before the pirates were nailed to their crosses, Caesar, remembering perhaps some genuine, if condescending, fondness for men who had, after all, treated him with a rough kind of courtesy during his captivity, ordered that their throats be cut first, sparing them the slow, agonizing death that crucifixion was specifically designed to inflict. Ruthlessness and a strange, calculating mercy, applied in the very same breath to the very same men. It is a pattern we will see Caesar repeat on a vastly larger scale, again and again before this story is through. It is worth naming, too, a small and rather neat irony that this whole long story will have reason to return to later on. The organised piracy that had humiliated the young Caesar on the waters near Pharmacusa remained a genuine, chronic plague on Mediterranean shipping for another decade after his own private act of vengeance, disrupting Rome's own grain supply badly enough that the Senate finally granted a young general named Pompey an extraordinary sweeping command to clear the entire sea of pirates once and for all, a campaign Pompey completed with famous systematic speed, and that stood, for years afterward, as one of the single most celebrated achievements of his entire career, so that the very same criminal enterprise that had once held Caesar captive for ransom would go on to help build the towering reputation of the man Caesar would eventually marry his own daughter to, ally himself with, and in the end meet on the battlefield at Pharsalus, a wife above suspicion. Before we follow Caesar back up the long ladder of Roman political office, it is worth pausing on the private side of his life during these years, because Caesar's household, like nearly every other part of his career, would eventually become inseparable from his politics, and it is worth naming honestly both his genuine attachments and the scandals that trailed him for most of his adult life. Cornelia, the wife he'd refused to divorce, even under threat of death from Sulla himself, died in the year 69 before Christ, and Caesar, still a young and rising magistrate at the time, broke with a fairly strict Roman custom that generally reserved elaborate public funeral orations for older, more established figures, and delivered a formal public eulogy for her in the Forum, an act that won him considerable popular sympathy, and that some later historians read as an early, deliberate demonstration of exactly the kind of theatrical, crowd-conscious political instinct that would define so much of his later career. He remarried soon afterward to a woman named Pompeia, a granddaughter of the dictator Sulla himself, in a match that appears to have been driven far more by political calculation than by any personal affection, and that marriage ended in one of the more notorious scandals of the entire late Republic, when, in the year 62 before Christ, a young nobleman named Publius Clodius Pulcher was discovered, disguised as a woman, inside Caesar's own house during the strictly women-only religious rites of the goddess Bonadea, rites that Pompeia, as the wife of the household's presiding officer, was responsible for hosting, and that no man was permitted under any circumstances to witness. The scandal that followed consumed Roman gossip for months, with widespread suspicion that Clodius had smuggled himself in specifically to continue an affair with Pompeia herself. And although Caesar, when called to testify at Clodius's eventual trial for religious sacrilege, stated under oath that he knew nothing whatsoever of any wrongdoing on his wife's part, he nonetheless divorced her almost immediately afterward, and when pressed by friends and colleagues to explain why he would end his marriage to a woman he himself had just publicly declared innocent, he's said to have offered the famously terse and famously quotable explanation that the wife of Julius Caesar, whatever the actual truth of the matter, must be above even the suspicion of wrongdoing, a line that has echoed down through 2,000 years of English usage as a kind of proverb about the particular, unforgiving burden placed on the family of any figure who lives permanently in the public eye. He married a third and final time not long afterward, to Calpurnia, the daughter of a prominent and useful political ally, and it was Calpurnia, as this story has already told you, whose troubled dream on the night before the Ides of March very nearly kept her husband home and safe on the single morning it would have mattered most. It is worth naming, too, a handful of the more colourful and more persistent rumours that trailed Caesar throughout his career, not because we can verify them with any real confidence, but because his own contemporaries clearly found them entertaining enough to repeat endlessly, and because they tell us something real about how Roman political culture used gossip, fairly or not, as a weapon. As a young man serving on the staff of a Roman commander in the eastern province of Bithynia, Caesar was sent on a diplomatic mission to the court of the local king Nicomedes, and stayed there, by some accounts, rather longer than the mission strictly required, and for the rest of his life his political rivals, and even, on occasion, his own soldiers, delighted in insinuating that the young Caesar had shared the king's bed during that stay, an accusation Caesar himself always denied with visible and genuine fury, going so far as to have witnesses sworn under oath to deny it during a later court case, and yet one that stuck to him so persistently that decades later, during his own triumphal parade through Rome, his own veteran legionaries, who by ancient custom were permitted to sing bawdy, mocking songs about their own commanding general as he rode past, precisely because such open, public teasing was believed to ward off arrogance and the jealous attention of the gods, sang crude verses about Caesar's alleged youthful affair with the Eastern king in the very same breath as verses celebrating his conquest of Gaul, an odd, human, entirely unglamorous detail that the marble statues and the solemn history books tend to leave out. And that is worth keeping in mind precisely because it does. Because even the most towering, most consequential man in the entire Roman world still had to march through his own capital city, listening to his own soldiers sing rude jokes about his private life, exactly as any other Roman commander did. It is worth naming, finally, one more detail about the man himself, because it will matter later in the final weeks of his life. Caesar suffered, by the testimony of multiple ancient sources including Suetonius and Plutarch, from what the Romans called the falling sickness, episodes that modern doctors would very likely recognise as a form of epilepsy, and that struck him on at least 2 documented occasions in his final years, once during a public appearance in Africa, and once, more consequentially, during his final days in Rome, and he was, by nearly every ancient account, genuinely and personally vain about his physical appearance in ways that strike a distinctly human, almost endearing note in the middle of so much conquest and calculation, meticulous about his grooming, careful in his dress, and by his own later years increasingly visibly self-conscious about his own advancing baldness, a vanity so well known among his contemporaries that when the Senate voted him the right to wear the golden laurel wreath at all public occasions, an honour nominally granted in recognition of his military triumphs, Caesar is said to have accepted it with more open and more genuine pleasure than almost any other honour bestowed on him in his entire life, precisely because it gave him, at last, a dignified and permanent way to cover the one physical imperfection that seems to have troubled him more than any battlefield wound ever had, the ladder of honours. Returning to Rome in the late 70s before Christ, the young Caesar began the long, expensive, relentlessly competitive climb up the cursus honorum, the ladder of elected offices that every ambitious Roman nobleman was expected to scale, one exhausting rung at a time, and it is worth pausing here to appreciate just how much sheer, grinding financial pressure that Climb placed on a man from a family as prestigious but as comparatively cash-poor as Caesar's own. Roman political culture in this era ran, to a degree that can be startling to modern observers, on direct, open, and entirely legal bribery, dressed up in more polite Roman terms as generosity and public benefaction, and an ambitious man was expected at nearly every stage of his career to spend truly staggering sums on public games, public feasts and public building projects, all in the hope of winning the votes and the gratitude of the Roman electorate, sums that very often exceeded what even a wealthy Roman family could comfortably afford, forcing candidates into the hands of Rome's professional moneylenders, whose interest rates could ruin a man as thoroughly as any military defeat. Caesar borrowed, throughout these years, on a scale that alarmed even his own friends, and he spent what he borrowed with a calculated recklessness that his contemporaries found almost bewildering. Most famously when he held the office of aedile in the year 65 before Christ, an office responsible for organising the public games and festivals that mattered so enormously to ordinary Roman voters, and staged spectacles of such lavish scale, including, by some accounts, a display of no fewer than 320 pairs of gladiators fighting in silvered armour, that the Senate, alarmed at what a private citizen might accomplish by buying popular affection through sheer theatrical generosity, hastily passed a law limiting how many gladiators any single Roman could keep in the city at one time. Alongside the games themselves, Caesar spent lavishly on public decoration of a kind calculated to leave a lasting visible impression long after any single festival had ended, restoring, at his own considerable personal expense, the porticos and monuments that his own uncle by marriage, Gaius Marius, had built decades earlier, and that a later, hostile Senate under Sulla had allowed to fall into pointed neglect, a restoration that ordinary Roman citizens walking past those refreshed and gleaming colonnades on their way to the Forum each morning could hardly help but notice and connect to the young aedile's own family name. He is even recorded during this same office quietly and controversially restoring the trophies and honours of Marius himself to public display after they had been removed by Sulla's own regime, a calculated act of political nostalgia that delighted Rome's poorer citizens, many of whom still remembered Marius fondly as a champion of their own interests, and that scandalised the city's more conservative senators, who saw in the gesture exactly the kind of dangerous crowd-pleasing populism that had, a generation earlier, gotten the Gracchus brothers killed, and that would, within another 2 decades, help bring the entire republic down. It is said that around this same period, walking past a statue of Alexander the Great in a temple in Spain, Caesar, still only in his early 30s and having achieved, at that point in his life, nothing remotely comparable to the young Macedonian conqueror's world-spanning triumphs, was overcome with a genuine, visible distress at how little he himself had accomplished, by the same age at which Alexander had already conquered most of the known world, and whether that particular anecdote is precisely true or, like so much else in this story, a piece of later biographical embellishment designed to foreshadow the greatness still to come. It captures something real and important about the restless, comparative, almost competitive way Caesar seems to have measured his own life against the grandest possible historical standard, rather than against the more modest achievements of his actual Roman contemporaries. In the year 63 before Christ, Caesar achieved something that startled even seasoned observers of Roman politics, securing election to the office of Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of the entire Roman state religion, a position of enormous prestige that was, by long tradition, generally reserved for far older and more established men, and Caesar won it, according to the ancient sources, by spending so much money on bribery that he was left, on the morning of the vote genuinely uncertain whether he would win the office or be ruined by debt beyond any hope of recovery, and is said to have told his own mother, as he left the house that morning, that he would return either as Pontifex Maximus or not at all, since the scale of his debts by that point left him with essentially no other path forward that did not end in personal and political catastrophe. He won, and the office came with an official residence at the very heart of Roman religious life, and it is worth noting, in the spirit of honest complication this channel always tries to hold on to, that the same year that saw Caesar rise to the summit of Roman religious authority also saw him move, cautiously and ambiguously, near the edges of one of the most dangerous political crises of the entire late Republic, the conspiracy of a bankrupt, embittered nobleman named Catiline, who plotted, with a shifting circle of similarly desperate and indebted followers, to seize power in Rome by force and cancel the crushing debts that were ruining so many members of the Roman elite. The conspiracy was exposed and crushed by the sitting consul, the great orator Cicero, whose fiery speeches denouncing Catiline before the Senate remain, to this day, among the most famous surviving works of Latin rhetoric, and in the debate over how to punish the conspirators who had been captured alive, Caesar argued, alone among the Senate's most prominent voices, against the death penalty that Cicero and the majority ultimately imposed, arguing instead for permanent imprisonment in scattered towns across Italy, a position that some of his rivals, most pointedly the fiercely conservative senator Cato the Younger, whom we will meet again before this story's finished, immediately and publicly suggested might reflect Caesar's own secret sympathy with the conspirators rather than any genuine legal principle. The accusation, as far as any surviving evidence allows us to judge, appears to have been unfounded, more a piece of political theatre aimed at damaging a rising rival than a serious charge grounded in real evidence. But it is worth noting all the same because it establishes, this early in the story, a pattern of deep and genuine mutual suspicion between Caesar and the most rigidly traditionalist defenders of the Old Republic that would only deepen year after year until it finally exploded on the floor of the Senate on the 15th of March, the chief priest of Rome. It is worth pausing briefly on exactly what Caesar had actually won when he secured the office of Pontifex Maximus, because Roman religion, unlike so many of the faiths this channel has told stories about on other nights, was not built primarily around private belief or personal salvation, but around correct public practice. The meticulous, ritually exact performance of sacrifice, prayer, and augury that the Romans believed maintained what they called the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods, an ongoing contractual relationship between the Roman state and its divine patrons that had to be renewed correctly and continuously, or risk catastrophe. The Pontifex Maximus stood at the very head of this whole apparatus, responsible for maintaining the state calendar, which was, before Caesar's own later reform, kept deliberately obscure and subject to manipulation by the priestly college itself, for overseeing the Vestal Virgins, the priestesses whose unbroken chastity was believed to be bound up with the safety of the city itself, and for ruling on countless questions of religious law that reached constantly into the ordinary business of Roman politics, since an unfavourable set of omens, reported by a magistrate with the standing to report them, could legally halt an election, a vote, or a meeting of the Senate altogether, exactly the tactic Caesar's own colleague Bibulus would attempt and fail, to use against him only a few years later. It is worth naming, too, a genuine and telling irony sitting at the centre of all this. Caesar himself, by the testimony of several ancient sources including his own nephew's later observations, appears to have held a genuinely sceptical, almost detached personal attitude toward the literal claims of Roman religion, treating the elaborate machinery of omens and sacrifices as a serious and useful instrument of public order, rather than as a set of truths he personally believed with any real depth. a rare and quietly revealing crack in the otherwise solid, pious surface of Roman public life, and one that makes his own reported hesitation before the Ides of March, weighing his wife's dream and a stranger's warning with what appears, by several accounts, to have been genuine and uncharacteristic anxiety, all the more striking as though the man who had spent his whole adult life treating the gods as a useful fiction found himself, on that one particular morning, unable to fully shake the possibility that the fiction might after all be true. By the year 61 before Christ, deeply, dangerously in debt, Caesar secured appointment as governor of a Roman province in Spain, and it was there, finally, that he found the first real outlet for the military ambition that had been simmering beneath his political career all along, campaigning against local tribes with enough success to be hailed by his own soldiers as imperator, a title of battlefield acclamation, and, more practically and more urgently for a man drowning in debt, plundering enough wealth from his provincial campaigns to pay off his creditors and return to Rome, at last a genuinely solvent man. He returned home in the summer of 60 before Christ, facing an unusual, and, in the strict letter of Roman law, an almost impossible choice. A general returning from a successful provincial command was entitled to celebrate a formal triumph, a magnificent parade through the streets of Rome that represented the single greatest public honour the Roman state could bestow. But the law required a general awaiting his triumph to remain outside the sacred boundary of the city itself until the ceremony was held, while a candidate for the consulship, the office Caesar now wanted more than almost anything else in the world, was required to register his candidacy in person inside the city. Caesar asked the Senate for a special exemption, allowing him to do both, to wait outside the city for his triumph, while somehow also registering in person for the consulship and the Senate, led by senators increasingly wary of just how quickly this restless, popular, chronically ambitious man was rising, refused. Caesar did not hesitate for long. He gave up the triumph entirely, walked into the city as an ordinary citizen, and stood for the consulship instead, a decision that tells you, with unusual clarity, exactly how he ranked the various forms of glory available to an ambitious Roman. A parade, however magnificent, was a single day's honour. The consulship was power, 3 men and a secret pact. Caesar won the consulship for the year 59 before Christ, but he understood, with the same cold, calculating clarity he had brought to every previous stage of his career, that formal office alone would not be enough to overcome the determined resistance of the Senate's most conservative faction, men who had watched his rise with growing alarm and who controlled, through their accumulated prestige and their web of personal alliances, enough influence to frustrate almost anything a single consul might try to accomplish. So, in the months before he even took office, Caesar engineered one of the most consequential private political arrangements in the entire history of the Roman Republic, a secret alliance between himself and 2 of the most powerful men in Rome, an alliance that later historians would come to call the First Triumvirate, though the Romans of the time, tellingly, had no official name for it at all, because it possessed no legal or constitutional standing whatsoever. It was, in the plainest terms, a private conspiracy among 3 ambitious men to divide the effective control of the Roman state between themselves, entirely outside the formal machinery of the Republic's own institutions. The first of Caesar's 2 partners was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, known to history simply as Pompey the Great, a general who had, by his mid-30s, already won such a staggering string of military triumphs across Spain, across the eastern Mediterranean against the pirates who had once held Caesar for ransom, and against the great eastern king Mithridates, that the Senate had granted him not 1 but 3 separate triumphal parades, an honour of nearly unprecedented scale, and who now found himself frustrated by a Senate that, having used his military talents when it needed them, was reluctant to grant the land settlements he had promised his veteran soldiers, or to formally ratify the political arrangements he had made in the eastern provinces he had conquered. The second partner was Marcus Licinius Crassus, a man whose military reputation, built largely on his role in finally crushing the great slave rebellion led by Spartacus a decade and a half earlier, was real but distinctly secondary to his reputation as, by a comfortable margin, the single wealthiest private citizen in the entire Roman world, a fortune built through property speculation, mining interests, and a notoriously ruthless private fire brigade that would, according to the stories told about him, arrive promptly at the scene of a burning building and offer to buy the property from its desperate owner at a drastically reduced price, before agreeing to put out the flames. Pompey and Crassus, it is worth noting, deeply disliked and distrusted one another, their rivalry stretching back years, and it was a testament to Caesar's own particular political gifts, his charm, his patience, and his evident willingness to serve, for the moment, as the junior partner in an arrangement between two far more established men, that he was able to bring these two mutually suspicious rivals together into a working alliance at all. It is worth pausing briefly on just how genuinely formidable a figure Pompey actually was at this stage of his own career, because the popular memory of him today tends to be shaped almost entirely by his eventual defeat at Pharsalus, when in truth, by the standards of nearly any other generation of Roman history, he stood as its single most accomplished living general. He had won his first, highly irregular triumph at the astonishingly young age of 25, a full generation before the legal minimum age most Roman commanders waited for such an honour, and he went on, across the following 2 decades, to clear the entire Mediterranean Sea of the organised piracy that had once held the young Caesar himself for ransom, doing so, remarkably, in a single sweeping campaign of only a few months, dividing the sea into zones and hunting the pirate fleets down systematically, rather than chasing them piecemeal, before pushing east to complete the final destruction of the once mighty King Mithridates, a monarch who had defied Rome for decades, and to reorganise through treaty and conquest together the entire political map of the Roman East, from Syria to the shores of the Caspian, in a settlement so vast and so consequential that its basic borders would go on shaping the region for centuries. It was precisely because Pompey arrived at the triumvirate already carrying this towering, well-earned reputation, a man the whole Roman world had watched achieve, before the age of 40, more than most generals achieved across an entire career, that his alliance with a still-rising, still unproven Caesar seemed, to nearly everyone watching in the year 59 before Christ, a partnership of a settled, established master and an ambitious, promising junior partner, rather than the alliance of 2 men who might, within a single decade, be fighting each other for the mastery of the entire Roman world. That alliance, sealed as such arrangements so often were in Roman political culture, by a marriage, Pompey, twice widowed, married Caesar's own daughter Julia, a match that appears, by the surprisingly consistent testimony of multiple ancient sources, to have grown into a genuinely warm and affectionate marriage between 2 people separated by a considerable difference in age, and one that would, in a detail this story will need to return to, bind Caesar and Pompey together by real personal affection, as well as by cold political calculation, for as long as it lasted. With Pompey's veterans and Crassus's wealth standing behind him, Caesar's actual consulship, once he took office, proceeded with a bluntness that shocked even hardened observers of Roman political combat. When his fellow consul, a staunch conservative named Bibulus, attempted to block Caesar's land reform legislation through the traditional, entirely legal Roman practice of publicly announcing unfavourable religious omens, a procedural tactic that could, under Roman constitutional custom, freeze nearly all public business. Caesar simply ignored him and pushed his legislation through anyway, by force and by intimidation when persuasion failed, reducing his own colleague to such complete political irrelevance that Bibulus withdrew from public life for the remainder of the year altogether, and Roman wits of the time began joking bitterly that the year should officially be dated not to the consulship of Caesar and Bibulus, as tradition required, but simply to the consulship of Julius and Caesar, since Bibulus had become, in every practical sense, invisible. At the close of his consular year, in an arrangement negotiated among his triumviral partners rather than through any ordinary process of senatorial debate, Caesar secured for himself an extraordinary 5-year military command over the Roman provinces of Gaul, later extended to a full decade, a command that would give him, for the first time in his life, an army of his very own, loyal to him personally in exactly the manner that Marius's old reforms had made possible, and a vast, only partially conquered frontier on which to build the kind of military legend that could finally, at long last, put him on equal footing with Pompey's own towering reputation. He was nearly 40 years old, deeply in debt, formerly at the very summit of Roman political office, and in the eyes of many of his more traditionalist peers, dangerously, unpredictably ambitious. He was about to become something else entirely. It is worth naming, too, a few of the smaller, grubbier details of that same consular year, because they show in miniature exactly the kind of ruthless, improvisational political hardball that Caesar was now willing to play in order to get what he wanted. To secure the tribunate for Publius Clodius Pulcher, the same young nobleman whose disguised intrusion into the Bonadea rights had ended Caesar's second marriage, and whose loyal, muscle-backed, street-following Caesar wanted at his own disposal, Caesar arranged, through his position as Pontifex Maximus, for Clodius to be formally and rather irregularly adopted into a plebeian family, since the tribunate, the office whose sacred power of veto had done so much to shape Roman politics across the preceding 2 centuries, was, by ancient law, open only to men of plebeian rather than patrician birth, and Clodius, despite belonging to one of Rome's oldest patrician houses, wanted the office badly enough to accept adoption by a family considerably beneath his own, in social standing purely to qualify for it. Caesar also pushed through, over Cato's furious and repeated procedural objections, a formal ratification of Pompey's eastern settlements and land grants for Pompey's veterans, the very demands the Senate had spent years stonewalling before the triumvirate's formation, and when Cato would not stop talking through session after session in an attempt to filibuster the legislation into oblivion, Caesar, in a moment that scandalized traditionalist opinion across the city, had him physically removed from the Senate floor and briefly imprisoned, an act of raw procedural force that few consuls before him had ever dared to use against a sitting senator of Cato's standing, and that told anyone still paying close attention exactly how far Caesar was now prepared to go when persuasion and patience ran out. Into Gaul. It is worth pausing before this story follows Caesar across the Alps on a small, almost throwaway anecdote that Plutarch records from the very journey there, because it captures, more economically than almost any other single story in this whole night's telling, the particular shape of Caesar's own ambition. Passing, on the road north, through some small, obscure and by any Roman standard, thoroughly unimportant Alpine village, Caesar's own companions are said to have fallen into idle, joking conversation about whether even a place this poor and this insignificant had its own petty struggles for status and precedence among its handful of local leading men, the same kind of squabbling over rank and honour that consumed so much of elite life back in Rome, and Caesar, according to the story, answered them not with a joke of his own, but with a remark delivered, by Plutarch's account, in complete and evidently startling seriousness, that he personally would rather be the first man in that small obscure village than the second man in Rome. It is worth sitting with that remark for a moment, because it tells you something that no battle or law or treaty in this whole story can quite tell you as directly. That for Caesar, the actual scale of the prize mattered less, in the end, than its rank. That he would rather rule absolutely over almost nothing at all than share, even amicably, even as an honoured and respected partner, the very summit of the greatest city in the world. The Gaul that Caesar marched into in the spring of 58 before Christ was not, as later Roman propaganda would sometimes prefer to suggest, an empty wilderness waiting to be civilized, but a vast, densely populated and remarkably sophisticated patchwork of dozens of distinct Celtic and Germanic peoples, organized into tribal confederations with their own kings, their own councils, their own fortified hilltop towns, their own complex networks of trade and alliance and rivalry, stretching from the Mediterranean coast in the south to the shores of the English Channel in the north, and from the Atlantic seaboard in the west to the Rhine River in the east. Roman control, at the moment Caesar arrived, extended only to a narrow southern strip along the Mediterranean coast, a province the Romans called simply Provincia, a name that survives, lightly worn down by 2,000 years of language change, in the modern French region of Provence. And it was from this narrow foothold that Caesar would, over the following 8 years, launch a campaign of conquest so vast, so relentless, and so thoroughly and brilliantly documented by Caesar's own hand that it remains even now one of the most studied military campaigns in all of human history. The pretext for the war, and it is worth naming plainly that it was substantially a pretext rather than a genuine strategic necessity, arrived almost immediately when a Celtic people called the Helvetians, inhabiting the mountainous territory of what is now Switzerland, began a mass migration westward with their entire population, men, women, children and livestock together, seeking new lands to settle, a migration that would have passed, at most, along the edges of Roman-controlled territory, rather than through its actual heart. Caesar, newly arrived and eager for exactly this kind of opportunity, refused the Helvetii permission to pass, gathered his legions and pursued and eventually crushed them in a series of engagements that killed a substantial portion of their entire migrating population and forced the shattered survivors back toward their original homeland, an outcome that Caesar, in his own written account of the campaign, presented as a defensive necessity undertaken to protect Rome's Gallic allies, but that many modern historians read rather differently, as the opening move of a war of conquest that Caesar had, in all likelihood, already decided to fight regardless of what pretext happened to present itself first. From the Helvetii, Caesar turned immediately to a Germanic warlord named Ariovistus, who had crossed the Rhine some years earlier at the invitation of one Gallic faction, and had settled with growing menace into territory claimed by Rome's own Gallic allies, and defeated him too, in a hard-fought battle that drove the German forces back across the Rhine, and established for the first time the river itself as a working frontier between Roman and Germanic power, a frontier that would hold, with only occasional and temporary breaches, for the better part of the following 4 centuries, the whole of Gaul in flames. What began, in Caesar's own careful telling, as a series of limited defensive interventions on behalf of Rome's existing allies, expanded, year after year, into something that looks, from any honest distance, like a deliberate, systematic and extraordinarily bloody war of conquest against the entire Gallic world. In the year 57 before Christ, Caesar turned north against the Belgae, a powerful confederation of tribes in what is now northern France and Belgium, defeating them in a series of hard, costly engagements, including a battle against the Nervi that Caesar himself, in his own written account, describes as coming perilously close to complete disaster, with Roman forces caught in disorder by a sudden ferocious ambush, and saved, by Caesar's own telling at least, only by his personal intervention, seizing a shield from a common soldier and rallying his wavering legions through the sheer visible example of his own willingness to stand and fight in the front line. It is worth dwelling for a moment on what Caesar's own account tells us actually happened in those first chaotic minutes of that particular ambush, because it is one of the rare places in the commentaries where the polished, confident narrator of the rest of the work briefly lets the reader see something close to genuine battlefield panic. The Nervi, according to Caesar's own description, had studied Roman marching habits carefully and struck at the precise moment when the legions were still busy fortifying their camp, tools set down and weapons not yet fully to hand, pouring out of concealed woodland in such sudden, overwhelming numbers that entire Roman units, caught mid-task, found themselves fighting in whatever scattered, improvised formation they could manage, rather than the disciplined lines Roman tactics depended on, officers cut down before they could organise a response, and for a period that Caesar's own narrative suggests felt considerably longer to the men living through it than it likely was in fact, the battle hung on a knife's edge close enough that some Roman units, according to his own admission, began to waver toward outright flight. It was into exactly that gap by Caesar's telling that he threw himself personally, moving on foot along the collapsing line, calling individual officers and centurions by name, and physically positioning exhausted, disordered units back into some semblance of formation, and whether every detail of that self-portrait is strictly accurate or has been shaped, as so much of the commentaries clearly was, to cast its author in the most flattering possible light. The battle did, in the end, turn, and the Nervi, a people Caesar's own account claims had numbered 60,000 fighting men before the engagement began, were left, by his telling, so thoroughly broken that only a small remnant of old men, women and children remained to send emissaries suing for whatever mercy Rome was prepared to grant them. The following year brought campaigns against the maritime tribes of the Atlantic coast, most notably the Venetali, whose formidable fleet of sturdy ocean-going ships Caesar's own newly built galleys eventually defeated in a naval engagement, after which, in an act of calculated and quite deliberate terror that Caesar records without any apparent discomfort, he had the entire Venetic ruling council executed and the rest of the tribe's population sold into slavery, a punishment intended, in his own explicit words, to serve as a warning to every other coastal people who might consider resisting Roman power in the future. By the year 55 before Christ, with much of Gaul at least nominally subdued, Caesar's ambitions and his hunger for ever more spectacular achievements to report back to an increasingly attentive Roman public pushed him beyond the boundaries of Gaul altogether, first in a punitive campaign across the Rhine against Germanic tribes, undertaken largely by his own account to demonstrate that Roman power could reach beyond the river whenever Rome chose, and then in an even more audacious venture a crossing of the English Channel itself into an island that most Romans knew only through vague, half-mythical rumour, Britain. The first expedition, launched late in the campaigning season with an inadequate force, achieved little beyond a brief, difficult landing and a hasty withdrawal after storms damaged the Roman fleet, but it produced, back in Rome, an absolutely electric public sensation, because no Roman commander had ever before led an army beyond what many Romans still considered the very edge of the known world, and Caesar, ever alert to the value of a resonant achievement, made certain that his own official dispatches to the Senate presented the expedition in the most triumphant possible light. A second, larger expedition the following year penetrated further inland, won several engagements against local British forces led by a capable chieftain named Cassivellaunus, and extracted tribute and hostages before withdrawing once again, having established no permanent Roman presence on the island at all, a conquest that would not actually happen for nearly another century, but having secured, for Caesar himself, an almost mythic reputation among his fellow Romans as a man who had carried Roman arms to the literal edge of the world as they understood it. It is worth pausing here, in the middle of this relentless catalogue of campaigns and victories, to name something that Caesar's own vivid, propulsive, brilliantly written accounts of these years, his commentaries on the Gallic War composed and published, remarkably, during the very campaigns they describe, and read avidly by an eager Roman public, even as the fighting was still ongoing, tend to move past rather quickly. These were not bloodless campaigns of political manoeuvre, like so much of the fighting we have described in Rome's own internal politics up to this point. They were wars of genuine and often extraordinary violence, waged against real peoples defending real homelands, and the ancient sources themselves, including figures writing more sympathetically about Caesar than we might expect, record casualty figures that, even allowing generously for the exaggeration and self-promotion that ancient military reporting routinely indulged in, describe a level of bloodshed that should give any honest listener real pause. The Greek biographer Plutarch, writing more than a century after these events, states plainly that over the whole course of the Gallic campaigns, Caesar's armies stormed more than 800 towns, subdued 300 distinct peoples, fought, at various points, against a combined total of some 3 million men, and killed, in the course of all this fighting, something in the region of 1 million of them, while enslaving a further million more, figures that modern historians treat with real and justified caution, both because ancient population estimates of this kind were notoriously unreliable, and because Plutarch himself was working from earlier sources that had every reason to inflate Caesar's achievements rather than understate them. But even setting aside the exact numbers, which almost certainly cannot be trusted to the last digit, the broad shape of what those numbers describe is not seriously disputed by any serious modern historian. An entire, populous, culturally rich region of ancient Europe, containing societies with their own laws, their own religious traditions, their own long and complicated histories, was subjected over the course of less than a decade to a war of conquest so devastating in its human cost that some contemporary historians have not hesitated to describe it in the plainest and starkest modern terms available to them, as a campaign that approached the scale of genocide in at least some of the regions it touched most severely. It is worth sitting with that discomfort now, honestly, rather than letting the undeniable brilliance of Caesar's generalship carry us past it too quickly, because a story told honestly owes you both the achievement and its cost, held together in the same two hands, and we will have reason to return to this particular reckoning again before the night is over. Vercingetorix and the Ring of Iron. By the year 52 before Christ, after 6 years of Roman conquest, punitive massacre, and the steady grinding erosion of one Gallic people's independence after another, something happened that had not happened before in this long war, and that came remarkably close to undoing everything Caesar had built. The scattered, often mutually hostile tribes of Gaul, watching Roman power tighten around them year after year, finally began to set aside their old rivalries and unite behind a single leader, a young, capable, and genuinely charismatic nobleman of the Arverni people named Vercingetorix. Where earlier Gallic resistance had been fragmented, tribe by tribe, easy for Caesar to defeat piece by piece precisely because it never came together, Vercingetorix pursued a different and, in purely military terms, a far more sophisticated strategy, avoiding open battle against Rome's superior legions wherever possible, adopting instead a scorched earth policy that burned Gallic towns and stores of grain rather than let them fall into Roman hands, and forcing Caesar's army, for the first time in this long war, onto the genuinely difficult defensive footing of an invading force struggling to feed itself in hostile, deliberately devastated territory. The climactic confrontation of this last great Gallic uprising came at a hilltop fortress called Alesia, where Vercingetorix, after a series of engagements that had shown Caesar, for the first time in years, real and unmistakable signs of vulnerability, withdrew with his army of some 80,000 men into a naturally strong defensive position atop a steep hill, and Caesar, rather than attempting a direct assault against such formidable natural defences, ordered his legions to undertake one of the most extraordinary feats of military engineering in the entire ancient world. A complete ring of fortifications, walls, ditches, watchtowers, and traps, stretching some 11 miles in circumference, entirely encircling the hilltop fortress and its defenders, designed to starve Vercingetorix's army into submission by cutting it off completely from any hope of resupply. And then, learning that a massive Gallic relief force, gathered from across the whole of unconquered Gaul and numbering, by Caesar's own account, well over 200,000 men, was marching to break the siege from the outside, Caesar ordered his own exhausted legions to build a second ring of fortifications, facing outward this time, of comparable length and comparable strength, so that his own army found itself in one of the strangest and most audacious tactical positions in all of military history, sandwiched between two enemy forces, the starving defenders trapped inside the inner ring, and the massive relief army pressing against the outer one, and forced to fight quite literally on two fronts at once, in opposite directions, without any possibility of retreat. It is worth dwelling for a moment on what building that 11-mile double ring actually required of Caesar's own men, because the scale of it is easy to state as a number, and much harder to hold in the mind as a physical human reality. Legionaries who had already marched and fought for weeks now spent additional weeks labouring with pick and spade, digging a ditch some 20 feet wide facing the fortress and a further set of trenches, some of them deliberately flooded with diverted streams, facing outward toward the coming relief army, planting fields of sharpened stakes and iron hooks concealed in pits that Caesar's own soldiers, with the same grim, dark humour soldiers have always reached for in the middle of exhausting and dangerous labour, nicknamed lilies and gravestones, and raising at regular intervals along the full circuit wooden towers from which sentries could watch, day and night, for the first sign of either a breakout from within or an assault from without. And it is worth naming too one of the darkest and least comfortable details that Caesar's own account preserves from inside that ring, because it says something about the cold, calculating logic of siege warfare that no amount of admiration for the engineering can entirely soften. As food inside Alesia ran short, the Mandubai people who inhabited the fortress town itself, the ordinary civilian population rather than Vercingetorix's own warriors, driven by hunger and by desperate calculation, expelled their own women and children from the town, sending them toward the Roman lines in the hope that Caesar would either let them pass through to safety or take them in, thereby easing the strain on the food supplies that remained for the fighting men still inside. Caesar, by his own unflinching account, refused to allow them through his lines in either direction, calculating with the same unsentimental clarity he had applied to every other decision of this long war, that feeding them would only extend the siege, while sending them back would only hasten the fortress's surrender by returning the burden of their hunger to those still holding out. And so this column of ordinary Gallic civilians, guilty of nothing beyond having been born in the wrong town at the wrong moment in history, was left to starve in the open ground between the two Roman rings, a detail Caesar records in a handful of flat, unemotional sentences, and that this channel, telling the story honestly, cannot pass over in the same silence he allowed it. The battle that followed, fought across several desperate days as the Gallic relief force launched, repeated coordinated assaults against the outer Roman ring, while Vercingetorix's own starving garrison attacked simultaneously from within, came, by nearly every ancient account that survives, extraordinarily close to Roman disaster, with Caesar himself, at the most critical moment of the fighting, personally leading a small mounted reserve force in a decisive counterattack that finally broke the momentum of the relief army's assault and turned the tide of the entire battle. The Gallic relief force, its attack shattered, dispersed, and melted away, and Vercingetorix, his own army now utterly without hope of rescue and beginning to starve in earnest, made the decision, the following day, to surrender himself personally to Caesar, riding out from the fortress in his finest armour, circling Caesar's seated figure on horseback in a final gesture of defiant dignity, and then dismounting, laying down his weapons at the Roman general's feet, and submitting to captivity in the hope, ultimately a forlorn one, of sparing what remained of his people further suffering. Vercingetorix would be kept in Roman custody for the next 6 years, brought back eventually to Rome itself, and finally executed by ritual strangulation as the culminating spectacle of Caesar's own triumphal parade through the streets of the capital, a fate that Roman custom considered an entirely ordinary and even honourable way to mark the formal conclusion of a great war, but that reads, from where we sit tonight, as a genuinely grim postscript to what had been, by any honest measure, one of the most capable and most courageous resistances any people conquered by Rome ever managed to mount against it. What the commentaries do not say, it is worth pausing now before we leave Gaul behind and follow Caesar back toward Rome, and the crisis that awaited him there, to gather up something this channel always tries to hold on to in stories of conquest and empire, because the sources for these campaigns present us with an unusually stark and unusually honest problem, one that deserves to be named directly rather than smoothed over. Nearly everything we know about the Gallic War comes down to us through a single dominant source, Caesar's own commentaries written by Caesar himself, published for a Roman audience while the war was still being fought, and composed by the near unanimous judgment of modern historians, with a very specific and very deliberate political purpose in mind, to build and sustain public and senatorial support for a general whose growing power and growing personal army were already making a great many of his fellow Romans deeply uneasy. This is worth naming plainly. The single most detailed and most vivid ancient account of the Gallic War is, in the most literal sense, an extended work of political self-promotion, composed by the very man whose actions it describes, and while Caesar's prose is by nearly every scholarly assessment remarkably plain, clear, and understated in its style, deliberately avoiding the florid, self-congratulatory language that a less skillful propagandist might have reached for, the very choice of what to include, what to omit, and how to frame every single engagement was entirely his own to make, and he made those choices again and again in ways that consistently minimized Roman setbacks, emphasized Gallic treachery and aggression as the trigger for nearly every Roman campaign, and cast the entire 8-year war as a defensive, almost reluctant undertaking rather than the sustained campaign of conquest that its actual course so plainly reveals it to have been. And so when we try, as we should try, to reckon honestly with the human cost of this war, with the perhaps 1 million dead and 1 million enslaved that Plutarch's later, imperfect sources describe, we are reckoning with numbers drawn, at least in their original foundation, from the boasts of the very general who had every conceivable incentive to inflate them, because in the brutal calculus of late Republican Roman politics, a higher body count and a longer list of conquered peoples translated directly into greater glory greater popular support back in Rome, and a stronger political position from which to face the enemies who were, even as the last embers of Gallic resistance were being extinguished at Alesia, already gathering against him in the Senate. It is one of the strange, unsettling truths this whole channel keeps circling back to, in story after story. The number of the dead in ancient warfare is so often recorded, when it's recorded at all, not by the survivors of the conquered, but by the conquerors themselves, for their own purposes, and a listener trying to arrive at the truth of what actually happened in the forests and hill forts of Gaul across those 8 terrible years is left, in the end, exactly where honest history so often leaves us, with a number we cannot fully trust, describing a suffering we cannot fully doubt, and a silence on the Gallic side of the ledger that 2,000 years have never managed to fill. Modern historians who have tried to weigh this evidence carefully, working with what limited archaeological and comparative demographic evidence survives from Iron Age Gaul, tend to land in a genuinely uncomfortable middle position, treating Plutarch's headline figures as almost certainly inflated well beyond what any ancient general could have reliably counted on a battlefield in the first place, while still concluding, from the sheer number of settlements Caesar's own narrative describes as stormed, burned, or depopulated across 8 consecutive campaigning seasons, that the underlying scale of violence was very likely the single most destructive event to strike the region of modern France and Belgium between the end of the Bronze Age and the calamities of the 20th century. A judgment that ought to sit uneasily alongside every admiring account, this one included of Caesar's tactical brilliance and his famous clemency toward defeated Romans, because that same clemency, so consistently and so calculatedly extended to fellow citizens who had taken up armour against him, was never once, in 8 years of campaigning, extended to the Gauls whose homeland he was conquering. The men who carried the eagles. It is worth pausing too before we leave Gaul, to bring the story down from the level of generals and grand strategy to the level of the ordinary men who actually carried out those 8 years of campaigning. Because a Roman legion of this period was not an abstraction on a map, but somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 living, sweating, frightened, exhausted human beings, most of them Roman citizens of modest means who had enlisted for reasons that were, in the end, not so very different from the reasons ordinary soldiers have always enlisted. The promise of steady pay, the promise of a share in plunder, and, at the far end of years of hard service, the promise of a plot of land to call their own, the very promise that Marius's old reforms had first attached to military service a full generation before Caesar ever set foot in Gaul. These were men who might march 20 miles in a single day under a pack that could weigh as much as 60 or 70 pounds, complete with weapons, armour, entrenching tools and several days' rations, and who were then expected at the end of that day's march to dig a fully fortified camp from bare earth, complete with ditch and rampart and palisade, every single night, whether or not any enemy was known to be anywhere nearby. A discipline of relentless, unglamorous labour that Roman commanders considered every bit as essential to their success as any battlefield tactic, because an army that could always retreat at nightfall into a position it had just finished fortifying was an army that could rarely be caught by surprise. Caesar, whatever the coldness of his strategic calculations, appears by nearly every ancient account to have understood, with real and unusual clarity for a Roman aristocrat, that an army's loyalty had to be earned and constantly renewed rather than simply assumed, and the stories that survive about his personal relationship with his own soldiers are consistent enough across multiple independent sources to suggest a real underlying pattern rather than simple flattery. He is said to have known a striking number of his veteran soldiers by name, to have shared their hardships visibly and deliberately, marching on foot alongside them rather than riding when the ground grew difficult, eating the same rough camp rations and sleeping more than once in the open alongside his men rather than in whatever comfortable quarters a captured town might have offered him. He addressed his troops in his own speeches as he records them, not with the distant formality a Roman general might have used toward mere subordinates, but as comrades, using a term of address, commilitons, fellow soldiers, that placed him, at least in the careful theatre of his own words, on the same footing as the men he commanded. That bond, cultivated deliberately across 8 hard years of shared marching and shared danger, would prove to be one of the single most consequential facts of Caesar's entire career, because it meant that when the political crisis in Rome finally forced him to choose between obeying the Senate and keeping his army, the tens of thousands of veterans who had spent a decade of their lives following him through the forests and hill forts of Gaul did not think of themselves in that moment as citizens torn between competing claims of loyalty to a distant government and a favoured general. They thought of themselves as Caesar's own men, bound to him by years of shared hardship in a way that no abstract oath to a Senate most of them had never seen could easily match. And it is that bond, forged in the mud and the marching and the long, cold nights of the Gallic campaigns, every bit as much as any political argument made in Rome itself, that carried Caesar's legions across the Rubicon when the moment finally came. A dying alliance. While Caesar was building his legend and his fortune in Gaul, the fragile private arrangement that had made his entire command possible was quietly coming apart, undone, in the end, not by any deliberate political betrayal, but by the plain, indifferent cruelty of ordinary mortality. In the year 54 before Christ, Caesar's daughter Julia, whose marriage to Pompey had done more than any formal treaty to bind the 2 most powerful men in Rome together, died in childbirth, along with the infant she had been carrying, and the grief that both men are recorded to have felt at her death was, by the testimony of multiple ancient sources, genuine and profound. But grief alone could not replace the personal, familial bond that had, for years, softened the sharp edges of 2 men's rival ambitions, and Pompey, once Julia was gone, began drifting, slowly but unmistakably, back toward the Senate's conservative establishment, the very faction that had always distrusted Caesar most deeply, and that now saw, in Pompey's growing estrangement from his old ally, a genuine opportunity to check Caesar's rising power before it grew any further. It is worth pausing here to notice just how strange and how genuinely poignant this particular rupture actually was, because Caesar and Pompey were not, for most of the years of their alliance, simply 2 ambitious men holding their noses and tolerating one another for mutual convenience. The 2 men were, by nearly every measure of Roman standing, a study in contrasts. Pompey was 6 years older, had won his first military triumph as a headstrong young man barely out of his 20s, so young and so far outside the ordinary rules of seniority that the aging dictator Sulla himself, half in admiration and half in exasperation, is said to have granted him the nickname Magnus the Great, and had spent the following 2 decades as the single most celebrated general in the entire Roman world, a settled, established, almost institutional figure of power by the time Caesar was still climbing the lower rungs of the cursus honorum. Caesar, by contrast, spent those same years as the perpetually indebted, perpetually striving junior partner, building his own reputation patiently, piece by piece, in the shadow of Pompey's far greater and far more established fame, and yet the surviving evidence suggests a real and lasting personal warmth between them, sealed and sustained above all by Julia, a marriage that by nearly every ancient account brought the much older Pompey a genuine, almost besotted happiness in his final years with her. So much so that Cato and his fellow conservatives are recorded complaining bitterly that Pompey had grown soft and distracted with married contentment at exactly the moment Rome's traditionalists needed him sharp and wary of his father-in-law's growing ambitions, it is one of the smaller, sadder ironies buried inside this whole enormous story that the alliance which very nearly held the Roman Republic together for a full decade rested, in the end, on the health of one young woman in childbirth, and that when Julia died, and the surgeons and the midwives could do nothing to save her, they very likely had no idea at all that they were also, in the same terrible hour, unravelling the single thread holding two of the most powerful men in the ancient world back from open war with one another. The following year, 53 before Christ, brought a second, even more decisive blow to the old triumviral arrangement, when Marcus Crassus, the third partner in the original pact, launched an ambitious and poorly prepared invasion of the powerful Parthian Empire to the east, seeking military glory to match his two younger partners' own growing reputations, and was catastrophically defeated at the Battle of Caere, where the swift, superbly disciplined Parthian horse archers annihilated his legions in a battle that stands, even today, among the worst military disasters in Roman history, and Crassus himself was killed in the chaotic aftermath. His severed head sent, according to several ancient accounts, to the Parthian court, where it was reportedly used as a grim prop in a stage performance of a Greek tragedy. With Crassus dead and Julia gone, the careful three-way balance that had sustained Caesar's position for nearly a decade collapsed into exactly what it had always, underneath its careful public language of shared partnership, actually been: a direct two-way rivalry between the two most powerful men left standing in the entire Roman world. Caesar, still in Gaul, his reputation and his personal fortune swollen almost beyond measure by nearly a decade of conquest, and Pompey, now in Rome itself, increasingly allied with a Senate that had come to see Caesar's continued rise and Caesar's continued command of a vast, personally loyal army, as an intolerable and growing threat to the Republic's own survival. It is worth pausing, before this story follows that rivalry to its final breaking point, to properly introduce the man who had, by this stage, become Caesar's single, most determined and most consistent opponent. Because Marcus Porcius Cato, known to history as Cato the Younger, to distinguish him from an equally famous and equally stern great-grandfather, deserves to be understood as considerably more than simply an obstacle in Caesar's path. Cato was a devoted follower of Stoic philosophy, a Greek school of thought that prized rigid self-discipline, indifference to wealth and comfort, and an almost inhuman consistency between stated principle and actual conduct, and he seems, by the near unanimous testimony of even his political enemies, to have genuinely lived by those principles rather than merely preaching them, walking through Rome, according to persistent and widely repeated report, in plain, deliberately unfashionable dress and sometimes without shoes at all, refusing bribes that would have enriched almost any other Roman senator many times over, and building, across decades of public life, a reputation for absolute personal incorruptibility that even his fiercest rivals never seriously managed to challenge. That incorruptibility made him, in one sense, exactly the kind of principled check on ambitious men that the old Republic's institutions had always needed, and it also made him, in practice, an almost uniquely inflexible political opponent, a man constitutionally incapable of the ordinary compromises and accommodations that Roman political life generally required to function at all. So that where a more pragmatic senator might have accepted one of Caesar's several proposed compromises over his return from Gaul, if only to avert the very civil war that was now bearing down on the Republic, Cato blocked every single one of them, on principle, again and again, understanding correctly, as it would turn out, that any compromise at all would only delay rather than prevent the moment when Caesar's ambition and the Republic's survival came into open and irreconcilable conflict. It is one of the genuine, unresolved tragedies sitting at the heart of this whole story that Cato's own rigid, uncompromising integrity, the very quality that made him the Republic's most trusted defender, may also have been part of what made the civil war that finally destroyed it unavoidable. The die is cast. Through the year 50 before Christ, the political manoeuvring between Caesar's supporters and Pompey's grew steadily more bitter and more entrenched, circling around a single deceptively technical question that carried, underneath its dry legal language, the entire fate of the Roman Republic. When, precisely, should Caesar be required to lay down his military command and return to Rome as a private citizen, and would he be permitted upon doing so to stand for a second consulship immediately, protected by the legal immunity that office would grant him, or would he be forced, in the gap between laying down his command and taking up any new office, to face prosecution in the courts for the many legally questionable actions of his first consulship a decade before, prosecutions that his political enemies, led now by the fierce, incorruptible, and utterly implacable Cato the Younger, made no secret whatsoever of their intention to pursue with everything the Roman legal system could bring to bear. Caesar, understanding with total clarity exactly what awaited him if he returned to Rome without the protection of high office or an army at his back, proposed compromise after compromise, offering, at various points, to lay down most of his legions while retaining just enough troops and just enough time to stand safely for the consulship, offers that a majority of the Senate seemed genuinely inclined to accept, understanding the practical wisdom of avoiding a civil war if any peaceful path could possibly be found. But a small determined faction within the Senate, led by Cato and by Pompey's own increasingly hardened supporters, blocked every compromise, and in January of the year 49 before Christ, the Senate passed what was called the Final Decree, an emergency measure historically reserved for genuine national crises, effectively declaring Caesar a public enemy unless he disbanded his army immediately, stripped him of the legal protections his supporters, including 2 tribunes acting on his behalf, had tried to secure for him, and forced those same tribunes to flee Rome in fear for their own lives, seeking refuge with Caesar himself in Gaul. Caesar was now faced with a choice that had, in truth, very little real ambiguity left in it, however much later legend would come to dramatize the moment of decision itself: submit, disband his legions, and walk unarmed and unprotected into a Rome controlled by men who had made abundantly clear their intention to destroy him through the courts, or take the one path that Roman law and Roman tradition had for centuries treated as an act of unforgivable treason, the single most sacred boundary in the entire Roman political imagination, and lead his army, under arms, across the small river called the Rubicon, the boundary that separated his own legal province of Gaul from Italy proper, where a general was strictly and absolutely forbidden, on pain of death, from bringing armed troops. The ancient sources describe Caesar hesitating at the river's edge for some time, weighing, by the account of the biographer Suetonius writing more than a century later, the full and irreversible consequences of what he was about to do, and he is said to have finally spoken words to the effect that the die was now cast, a phrase drawn from an old Greek proverb about the finality of a gambler's throw, before ordering his army across, on the 10th of January in the year 49 before Christ, an act that would echo, in the centuries and the languages that followed, as the very definition of a decision from which there could be no turning back. It is worth marking that river crossing now, clearly, because this whole long story is, in a very real sense, built around thresholds crossed and never uncrossed, and the Rubicon, that shallow, unremarkable little stream that most travellers of the time would have splashed across without a second thought, is the first and the most famous of several such crossings this story still has to tell. The chase to Pharsalus. The speed of what followed stunned nearly everyone in Italy, on both sides of the widening conflict. Pompey, despite commanding, on paper, formidable resources and the loyalty of the Senate's official government, found himself with too few battle-ready legions immediately at hand in Italy to risk a direct confrontation with Caesar's hardened, battle-tested Gallic veterans, and made the difficult, deeply unpopular decision to abandon Rome itself and withdraw, first to the port city of Brundisium, and then across the Adriatic Sea to Greece, where he intended to gather and train a much larger army, drawing on the resources of Rome's eastern provinces, before facing Caesar in a battle of his own choosing. Caesar, entering Rome without significant resistance for the first time in his life as its de facto master, spent only a brief period there before pursuing a characteristically bold and characteristically risky strategy of his own, first marching not east after Pompey, but west into Spain, where several of Pompey's legions remained under the command of loyal subordinate generals, and defeating them in a swift and skillfully executed campaign at Ilerda that removed the threat of an attack on his own rear before he had even begun to confront Pompey's main force directly. It is worth pausing briefly on this second crossing, because water by now had become something close to a recurring signature in the story of this particular man's life. A thread worth noticing precisely because Caesar himself, whether by instinct or by calculation, seems to have understood its power. He had already crossed one small, unremarkable river, the Rubicon, in an act that broke the Roman constitution in half. He would soon enough, in Egypt, swim for his own life through a besieged harbour with his papers held above the waterline. And now, in the depths of winter, with the enemy fleet controlling the sea, and ordinary naval wisdom counselling any sane commander to wait for calmer weather and safer passage, Caesar loaded a portion of his army onto transport ships and crossed the open Adriatic anyway. And when the second wave of reinforcements he was waiting for failed to arrive on schedule, delayed by exactly the kind of storms that had made the crossing so dangerous in the first place, he is said, by one of the more vivid and most frequently repeated anecdotes in the entire ancient record, to have disguised himself and attempted to cross back across the same stormy sea in a small boat, under cover of darkness to fetch them himself, only turning back when the terrified boatman, fighting the waves and about to give up the attempt entirely, was told by his own passenger, in words later writers love to repeat, that he carried Caesar and Caesar's fortune and had nothing left to fear from the sea. Every one of these crossings, the shallow river in Italy, the storm-tossed sea to Greece, the fouled harbour water in Alexandria, marks a moment in this story where Caesar chose motion over safety, where he judged again and again that the danger of crossing was smaller than the danger of standing still, and it is worth carrying that pattern forward with you now, because it says something true about the whole shape of this man's life that no single battle on its own quite manages to say as clearly. Only then, in that same winter, having crossed the Adriatic despite it all, did Caesar confront Pompey's now much larger and much better supplied army directly in Greece. And the campaign that followed brought Caesar, at the city of Dyrrhachium, closer to outright military catastrophe than at almost any other point in his entire career, as Pompey's forces broke through a section of Caesar's own siege lines and inflicted a genuine, serious defeat that forced a hasty and dangerous Roman retreat, a setback so severe that Caesar himself is said to have remarked afterward that the war would have ended that very day, in Pompey's favour, had his rival only known how to press his advantage and follow up his victory, a piece of characteristically sharp self-assessment that also, not incidentally, served to flatter his own eventual triumph by making his rival's failure to seize the moment look like the deciding factor. The decisive confrontation came several weeks later, in August of the year 48 before Christ, on the plain near the town of Pharsalus in central Greece, where Pompey, under pressure from the senators and allied kings travelling with his army, many of them impatient for a swift, decisive victory, and openly contemptuous of what they saw as excessive caution, finally agreed to commit his larger, better-rested force to open battle against Caesar's smaller, but far more experienced and far more disciplined legions. The battle itself, when it came, turned less on brute numbers, where Pompey held a clear advantage, than on a single, brilliantly executed tactical adjustment on Caesar's part, who, anticipating correctly that Pompey's superior cavalry would attempt to sweep around and envelop his exposed flank, had concealed a small reserve of his most seasoned infantry specifically to counter exactly that manoeuvre, and when Pompey's cavalry duly attacked, Caesar's hidden reserve met them not in the ordinary manner of infantry facing cavalry, but with a deliberate, unorthodox order to thrust their spears upward into the riders' faces rather than at the horses themselves, a tactic calculated with real psychological shrewdness to exploit the vanity of Rome's aristocratic young cavalrymen, who Caesar correctly judged would be more frightened of having their faces disfigured than of ordinary battlefield injury, and the cavalry charge broke and scattered in confusion, exposing Pompey's own flank to a devastating counterattack that shattered his entire army within a matter of hours. Pompey himself, watching his great army collapse from a hilltop position, is said to have sat for a long while in stunned, silent disbelief before finally fleeing the field, first to his own camp and then, as Caesar's pursuing forces closed in, abandoning even his personal effects and riding for the coast with only a handful of companions, eventually taking ship for Egypt, where he calculated, reasonably enough given his own past services to the ruling dynasty, that he might find safe refuge and the resources to rebuild his shattered cause. He calculated wrongly and tragically. The young Egyptian king, Ptolemy XIII's advisors, weighing the political risks of sheltering a defeated Roman general against the potential goodwill of the clearly ascendant Caesar, decided that Pompey's death would be the more useful gift to offer the coming victor, and as Pompey stepped from a small boat onto the Egyptian shore, still believing himself among friends, he was struck down and beheaded by men who had once served under his own command, his headless body left on the beach and later cremated by loyal freedmen, his head preserved in a final grim indignity, to be presented to Caesar himself as a token of Egyptian goodwill only days later. The Queen of Egypt. When Caesar arrived in Alexandria in pursuit of his fleeing rival, only to be presented instead with Pompey's severed head, the ancient sources are strikingly consistent in describing his reaction not as satisfaction, but as genuine, visible grief and disgust, weeping, by several accounts, at the sight of the head of a man who had once been his son-in-law, his political partner, and, whatever their final catastrophic falling out, a figure bound to him by decades of shared history and ordering the Egyptians responsible for the killing punished, a response that later Roman writers, even those otherwise critical of Caesar, tended to treat as a genuine and creditable display of clementia, the specifically Roman virtue of mercy and restraint toward a defeated enemy that Caesar, throughout his career, cultivated and publicized with real and deliberate care. Caesar's arrival in Egypt drew him almost immediately into the middle of a bitter succession dispute between the young King Ptolemy and his older sister and co-ruler, a 21-year-old queen named Cleopatra, and it is here that one of the most famous relationships in all of Western history began, in circumstances that later legend has softened and romanticized considerably beyond what the actual contemporary sources allow us to say with real confidence. Cleopatra, finding herself excluded from the Egyptian capital by her brother's faction, and needing to gain access to Caesar directly and in secret, arranged, according to the vivid and much-repeated story told by Plutarch more than a century later, to have herself smuggled into the royal palace rolled inside a carpet, or by some versions a simple bedsack, carried past her brother's guards and delivered directly into Caesar's private quarters, a story that, whether or not every detail of it is literally true, captures something genuine about the boldness and the political calculation that would define Cleopatra's own remarkable career. A queen who understood, with a clarity that matched Caesar's own, that alliance with the most powerful man in the Roman world represented, for a small kingdom caught between the ambitions of greater powers, both the greatest available danger and the greatest available opportunity. Whatever combination of genuine personal attraction and cold political calculation drew the two of them together, and the honest truth is that no surviving source allows us to weigh those two motives against each other with any real confidence. Caesar backed Cleopatra's claim to the Egyptian throne in the brief but genuinely dangerous conflict that followed, a conflict in which Caesar himself, besieged for a time in the royal palace with a badly outnumbered force, came close enough to real disaster that he was forced, on at least one occasion, to swim for his life through the harbour waters to escape a collapsing position, reportedly holding important papers above the water with one hand the entire time. The war ended with young Ptolemy's death by drowning in the chaotic final battle, and Cleopatra secured as sole ruler of Egypt, formally married, according to Egyptian royal custom, to a younger brother who existed as a co-ruler in name only, and Caesar remained in Egypt for a period that struck several of his own contemporaries back in Rome as suspiciously long, months during which, according to the ancient sources, he and Cleopatra travelled together up the Nile in a lavish royal barge, an interlude that reads, from where we sit tonight, as one of the very few genuinely private, personal chapters in the entire relentlessly public life of Julius Caesar. Cleopatra bore a son during this period, a boy she named Caesarion, whose paternity Caesar himself never formally or legally acknowledged under Roman law, and whose true parentage remains, even now, a matter that ancient sources dispute and that modern historians cannot resolve with total certainty, though the balance of contemporary testimony, including the boy's own name, which meant quite plainly Little Caesar, suggests that most people at the time, friend and enemy alike, believed the claim to be genuine. It is worth pausing briefly on the city and the woman Caesar found himself entangled with in Egypt, because both deserve a fuller portrait than the popular romance of the story usually allows them. Alexandria, founded 3 centuries earlier by Alexander the Great, and built up since by generations of Cleopatra's own Greek-speaking Ptolemaic ancestors, was, by any honest measure, a more magnificent and more cosmopolitan city than Rome itself in this period, its harbour marked by the towering Pharos lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, its streets laid out on a grand, geometric Greek plain that Rome's own crowded, organic tangle of alleys could not match, and its great library, attached to the scholarly institution called the Mausion, holding, by ancient report, the largest single collection of written knowledge anywhere in the ancient world, hundreds of thousands of papyrus scrolls gathered across 3 centuries of deliberate royal patronage. It is worth naming, honestly, a persistent and troubling detail from the fighting that broke out during Caesar's own stay in the city, because it touches directly on that same library. During the chaotic street fighting between Caesar's small garrison and the forces loyal to young Ptolemy's faction, a fire that Caesar himself ordered set, to destroy an Egyptian fleet in the harbour and deny it to his enemies, spread, by the account of several ancient sources including Plutarch, into the dockside warehouses, and, by some readings of those same accounts, into at least a portion of the library's own vast holdings, though modern historians disagree, and disagree substantially, about how much of the library's actual collection was lost in that particular fire, as opposed to later fires and later neglect across the centuries that followed. And it is worth holding that same honest uncertainty here, that this whole channel tries to hold everywhere else, rather than repeating, as popular legend so often does, the tidy but likely oversimplified claim that Julius Caesar personally burned down the greatest library of the ancient world in a single afternoon. Cleopatra herself deserves, too, a portrait that reaches beyond the smuggled carpet story and the doomed romance later centuries would make of her, because she was, by the time she met Caesar, already a genuinely capable and genuinely unusual ruler in her own right, the first of her long, Greek-speaking Ptolemaic dynasty, which had governed Egypt since the days of Alexander's own generals nearly 3 centuries earlier. To actually trouble herself to learn the Egyptian language of the people she ruled, a detail the ancient sources single out precisely because it was so unusual among a ruling family that had, for generations, kept itself carefully and deliberately separate from its own native subjects. She governed a kingdom whose fabulous wealth, built on the extraordinary agricultural richness of the Nile floodplain, made her, by any reasonable estimate, one of the wealthiest rulers anywhere in the Mediterranean world. Wealth that Caesar, whose own financial affairs had spent decades lurching from one crushing debt to the next, cannot have found anything less than useful, whatever else drew the two of them together during those months on the river. Cleopatra would go on, after Caesar's death, to attach her fortunes and her kingdom to Mark Antony instead, in an alliance that would end 14 years after the assassination this whole story is building toward, in her own death by suicide and the final absorption of Egypt into the Roman world as a direct imperial possession, and it is worth naming as a final grim postscript to her own remarkable story, that her son by Caesar, young Caesarion, briefly proclaimed by his mother as a co-ruler and as Caesar's own true heir, was hunted down and executed on Octavian's orders shortly after Alexandria itself fell, a 17-year-old boy killed, in the end, for the single dangerous fact of carrying, however uncertainly, the blood and the name of Julius Caesar, Zela, Africa, Munda. Caesar's Egyptian interlude, however genuinely restful or genuinely significant to him personally it may have been, could not last indefinitely, because the civil war he had begun by crossing the Rubicon was very far from finished, and scattered remnants of Pompey's cause, along with client kings who saw in Rome's internal chaos an opportunity of their own, continued gathering resistance across the eastern Mediterranean and in North Africa. In the year 47 before Christ, Caesar marched swiftly into the kingdom of Pontus in Asia Minor to confront a local king named Pharnaces, who had taken advantage of Rome's distraction to seize territory that had previously belonged to Roman allies, and defeated him in a campaign so swift and so decisive, concluded within a matter of days after Caesar's arrival, that his own report to the Senate back in Rome consisted famously of just 3 Latin words, a report that translates, in its blunt, almost boastful economy, to the simple claim that he came, he saw, he conquered, a phrase that has echoed down through 2,000 years of European culture as perhaps the single most concise summary of overwhelming, effortless military triumph ever recorded by any general in any language. Sterner resistance awaited him in North Africa the following year, where a substantial force of Pompey's former supporters had gathered around several capable commanders, reinforced by the army of the local King Juba, and it was here, at the Battle of Thapsus in the year 46 before Christ, that Caesar won perhaps the most complete and most one-sided victory of his entire military career, all but annihilating the opposing army in a single engagement. Among the defeated Pompeian leadership was Marcus Porcius Cato, known to history as Cato the Younger, the same fierce, incorruptible senator who had opposed Caesar's rise at every turn for years, and who had done more than perhaps any other single individual to block the compromises that might have averted civil war altogether, and Cato, holding the coastal city of Utica, and understanding correctly that further resistance was hopeless, and that Caesar's famous clemency however genuinely offered, would represent for a man of his own rigid and uncompromising principles an intolerable personal humiliation rather than a genuine mercy, chose to take his own life rather than accept a pardon from the man he had spent his entire career opposing, a suicide carried out, according to the vivid and much repeated ancient account, with such fierce, unyielding determination that Cato reportedly tore open his own partially healed wound with his bare hands after a physician, summoned by alarmed household members, had attempted to save him. Caesar, upon hearing of Cato's death, is said to have remarked, with a mixture of genuine respect and evident irritation, that Cato had begrudged him even the glory of sparing him, a line that captures, better than almost any other single anecdote in this whole long story, just how central the performance and the political value of mercy had become to Caesar's entire public self-presentation by this stage of his career. Between this African victory and the final campaign still to come, Caesar returned to Rome that autumn to celebrate an honour so extravagant that Rome had genuinely never seen anything quite like it before. Not one triumphal parade, but 4, staged across a single month, one each for Gaul, for Egypt, for the campaign against Pharnaces, and for the African War, and it is worth pausing on the spectacle itself, because it tells you a great deal about how completely Caesar now understood the theatre of Roman power. Each procession wound its way through the packed, roaring streets of the city with its own distinct flavour, wagons piled with captured treasure, and placards naming captured towns and defeated kings, and the Gallic triumph in particular is remembered for the sheer scale of its display. 40 elephants, by some accounts, carrying torches to light the parade's final stretch after darkness fell, and for its single most sombre moment the appearance in chains of Vercingetorix himself, kept alive in a Roman prison for 6 long years for this exact purpose, paraded before the cheering crowds and then led away to the traditional ritual strangulation that closed the ceremony, a killing the Roman crowd, by every ancient account, greeted not with any discomfort, but with straightforward, unclouded celebration. The Egyptian triumph brought with it exotic novelties that stunned a Roman public that had never seen anything like them, including, by several ancient accounts, the very first giraffe most Romans had ever laid eyes on, an animal so strange in its proportions that Roman writers struggled even to describe it, reaching for comparisons to a camel crossed with a leopard, simply to give their readers some way to picture it. But it was the African triumph, coming last, that generated the sharpest public unease, because although it was formally staged as a victory over the foreign king Juba, rather than over Cato and the Roman senators who had fought and died alongside him at Thapsus, everyone in the watching crowd understood perfectly well that a very great many of the dead being honoured in that final parade had, in fact, been Roman citizens killed by other Roman citizens, and Caesar's own political enemies made certain in the gossip and pamphleteering that followed that this uncomfortable truth was not allowed to be forgotten. It was during this same season of triumphs, according to Suetonius, that a tribune named Pontius Aquila, alone among the crowd lining the parade route, pointedly refused to rise from his seat as Caesar's chariot passed, a small, silent act of defiance that so offended Caesar in the moment that he is said to have shouted out, sarcastically and in evident real anger, that Aquila should simply come and take the Republic back from him then, since he plainly wanted it so badly, a jab Caesar reportedly repeated, half joking and half bitter, for days afterward whenever he made any small promise or minor concession, adding, every time, that all of it was of course subject to the tribune Aquila's own gracious permission, a small, telling flash of exactly the kind of thin-skinned resentment toward any public challenge to his authority that his enemies would soon enough decide could only be answered with knives rather than words. One final campaign remained, Pompey's two surviving sons, Gnaeus and Sextus, had gathered the last significant remnant of their father's cause in Spain, and Caesar, now approaching 60 years old and having spent by this point the better part of 2 decades in nearly continuous military campaigning, marched west once more to confront them, and the resulting Battle of Munda, fought in March of the year 45 before Christ, proved, by Caesar's own later admission, the hardest fought and most genuinely uncertain battle of his entire career, a battle in which, at the moment of greatest crisis, Caesar himself is said to have dismounted, seized a shield, and advanced alone into the thick of the fighting, declaring to his own wavering soldiers that this, at last, might be the battle in which his long and remarkable career finally came to its end, a display of personal, almost reckless courage that, whether entirely factual or somewhat embellished in the retelling, succeeded in rallying his hesitating legions to a hard-won and genuinely decisive victory. The civil war that had begun at the Rubicon more than 4 years earlier was, at last, over. Julius Caesar, not yet 60 years old, stood without a single serious military rival left alive anywhere in the entire Roman world, a pen as sharp as a sword. It is worth pausing here, before we watch Caesar step into the brief final chapter of his life as Rome's undisputed master, to notice something about him that the endless catalogue of battles and campaigns can make easy to overlook, which is that he was, quite apart from anything he ever accomplished with an army, one of the most gifted writers and one of the most gifted public speakers Rome ever produced, a fact his own contemporaries, including rivals who had every reason to withhold the compliment, freely admitted. Cicero himself, the acknowledged master of Latin oratory, and a man not remotely inclined to flatter a political opponent without real cause, said plainly, in a surviving assessment of the great orators of his own generation, that of all the men he had ever heard speak, none possessed a purer, more elegant command of the Latin language than Caesar, and that had Caesar chosen to make oratory rather than warfare and politics the centre of his life's work, he might well have rivalled Cicero's own claim to the very summit of Roman rhetorical achievement. Beyond the commentaries on the Gallic and civil wars that have already occupied so much of this story, works whose spare, unadorned, third-person prose style was itself a deliberate and highly effective rhetorical choice, lending an air of plain, unembellished, factual authority to what was, underneath that plainness, a carefully constructed piece of political persuasion. Caesar also composed poetry in his youth, a lost collection of witty epigrams, a technical treatise on Latin grammar and correct usage called On Analogy, composed remarkably while crossing the Alps on campaign, and a range of speeches, letters, and occasional verse that later Roman critics, including the poet and grammarian Aulus Gellius, writing more than a century afterward, continued to quote and to admire long after the political world that had produced them had vanished entirely. Almost none of this wider body of work survives today, lost, like so much of the ancient world's written record, to the ordinary slow attrition of fire, neglect, and the simple passage of too many centuries, and it is worth naming that loss honestly, because the Caesar who survives most vividly for us now is very largely the Caesar of the battlefield and the Senate floor, when the man his own contemporaries actually knew was, in nearly equal measure, a Caesar of ink and argument, whose sharpest weapon, for most of his life, was not the sword his legions carried, but the sheer, persuasive clarity of his own written and spoken Latin, dictator of Rome. Caesar returned to Rome in the autumn of 45 before Christ as the unquestioned master of the entire Roman state, and it is worth pausing here before we follow this story to its violent and now rapidly approaching conclusion, to give real and honest weight to what he actually did with that mastery, because the popular memory of Caesar tends, understandably, to fixate on the drama of his conquests and the drama of his death, and to skip too quickly past the genuinely substantial, genuinely consequential program of reform and reconstruction he pursued in the brief span of time that remained to him, a span of barely more than a year. And it is worth naming plainly that many of the things Caesar accomplished in that short final period would prove, in the long arc of history, considerably more durable than his military conquests ever were. It is worth pausing, too, to picture what that final year actually looked like from the inside, because the ancient sources, for all their focus on laws and honours, also preserve a real sense of just how relentlessly, almost frantically, Caesar worked through these months, as though some part of him understood, even without any conscious premonition of the Ides of March, that time was a resource considerably scarcer to him now than it had ever been before. He's recorded rising early and working late into the night, often dictating letters and official business to 2 or even 3 secretaries simultaneously, moving between subjects by Suetonius's account, with a speed that left even his own experienced staff struggling to keep pace, reviewing petitions from provincial cities, drafting new legislation, planning the Parthian campaign that would, in the end, never happen, and still finding time in the evenings for the dinners and the company that Roman aristocratic life required of him, since a man of his standing could not simply withdraw from Roman social life even at the very height of his power without inviting exactly the kind of gossip and suspicion he'd spent his whole life so carefully managing. He walked the city by several accounts with only a modest personal guard, or at times none at all, a habit his friends worried over, and that several of them, in the weeks before his death, are recorded urging him to change, advice Caesar is said to have waved away with the observation that it was better to die once, suddenly, than to live in constant fear of dying, a line that reads, "From where we sit tonight already knowing what is coming," less like idle bravado than like something closer to genuine weary fatalism from a man who had spent the better part of 2 decades surrounded by armed men and had, perhaps, simply grown tired of needing them. Chief among these lasting achievements was his complete reform of the Roman calendar, a project he pursued with the same characteristic thoroughness he had brought to every previous stage of his career, working with Egyptian astronomers whose expertise he had encountered during his time in Alexandria, to replace Rome's old, chronically inaccurate lunar calendar, which had drifted so badly out of alignment with the actual solar year through decades of political manipulation and simple neglect that Roman festivals tied to particular seasons had, by this point, come to fall in entirely the wrong season altogether, with a new solar calendar of 365 days, with an additional day added every 4th year to correct for the small remaining discrepancy, an arrangement so fundamentally sound in its basic astronomical logic that it would remain in essentially unmodified use across the Western world for the next 16 centuries, and that survives even now in the calendar most of the world still uses today, corrected only slightly, in the 16th century of our own era, in ways that left its basic structure entirely intact. It is worth naming, too, a smaller but strikingly durable piece of this same legacy. The Roman Senate, in gratitude for the reform, voted to rename the month of Caesar's own birth in his honour, a month that has come down to us, entirely unchanged in name across more than 2,000 years of history, as the month of July, so that in a very real and very literal sense, every single person alive today who has ever spoken the name of that month has, however unknowingly, spoken the name of Julius Caesar. Beyond the calendar, Caesar pursued a remarkably broad programme of practical reform, addressing the chronic problem of debt that had driven so much of the political crisis of the preceding decades, with measures that reduced outstanding obligations without the wholesale, destabilising debt cancellation that some of his more radical supporters had hoped for and that his conservative opponents had always feared. He extended Roman citizenship more broadly than any leader before him, including to communities in Gaul and Spain that earlier generations of Roman statesmen would never have seriously considered granting full citizenship to. He launched an ambitious program of colonization, settling tens of thousands of Rome's landless urban poor and discharged military veterans on new land, both within Italy and in colonies established across the wider Mediterranean world, addressing directly the very land crisis that had, generations earlier, gotten the Gracchus brothers murdered in the street. He began work on an ambitious program of public building in Rome itself, including a grand new forum bearing his own name, and he even ordered, though it was never completed in his lifetime, preliminary surveys for a canal intended to cut directly through the Isthmus of Corinth, a project so far ahead of its own engineering era that it would not actually be accomplished until the very end of the 19th century. And perhaps most strikingly, given everything this story has already told you about the ferocity of Roman civil war politics, he extended a policy of genuine, sustained, and by nearly every honest historical account, remarkably sincere clemency toward his former political enemies, pardoning senator after senator who had fought against him at Pharsalus, and afterward restoring their property, and in several notable cases appointing them to genuine positions of continued honour and responsibility within his own new administration, a policy that stood in the most deliberate and most pointed possible contrast to Sulla's bloody proscriptions a generation earlier, and that Caesar himself, by multiple ancient accounts, explicitly and repeatedly cited as the single achievement of his entire career of which he was proudest. It's worth naming a handful of his smaller, more institutional reforms as well, because together they show a mind working with real and sustained attention on the ordinary machinery of a state rather than merely on the glory of ruling it. He enlarged the Senate itself, expanding its membership to some 900 men, a change that his conservative critics viewed with open dismay, complaining bitterly that the new appointees, drawn in some cases from the provinces and even, according to hostile and probably exaggerated gossip, from among newly enfranchised Gauls, diluted the old, exclusive dignity of a body that had governed Rome for centuries, though modern historians tend to read the same reform rather differently, as a genuine attempt to widen the base of Rome's governing class beyond the narrow, self-perpetuating circle of old senatorial families whose rivalries had done so much to drag the Republic into repeated civil war in the first place. He passed sumptuary laws restricting extravagant private spending on banquets and luxury goods, commissioned a systematic survey of the entire Roman world with an eye toward better roads and better provincial administration, planned a great public library for Rome modelled on the famous Library of Alexandria that he had seen for himself during his time with Cleopatra, and reformed the calendar of debtors' courts and the registration of the city's grain dole to cut down on the widespread fraud that had, for years, quietly drained resources meant for Rome's poorest citizens. None of these projects, on their own, would have been enough to make Caesar famous. Taken together, in the span of little more than a single year snatched between one military campaign and the next, they represent a genuinely remarkable burst of institutional energy from a man who could by that point in his life have simply rested on the accumulated weight of his own military glory and left the tedious business of governing to lesser men. A crown refused, a crown assumed anyway. And yet, for all of this genuine and substantial reforming work, Caesar simultaneously accumulated, across this same brief final period, an ever-growing, ever more visible stack of personal honours and formal powers that struck a great many of his fellow Romans, watching with growing unease, as something that looked less and less like the conduct of a Roman statesman, however talented and however popular, and more like the conduct of exactly the kind of king that Rome had sworn, 4.5 centuries earlier, never again to tolerate. He was named dictator, an office that Roman tradition had always treated as a strictly temporary emergency measure, first for 10 years, and then, in February of the year 44 before Christ, for the whole remainder of his natural life, a title, Dictator Perpetuo, dictator in perpetuity, that broke, in the plainest and most unambiguous possible terms, with the entire 500-year Roman tradition of strictly limited, strictly temporary executive power. He was granted the right to wear the purple-bordered toga and the wreath of golden laurel we saw him wearing on the very morning of his death at the start of this story, symbols that carried unmistakable echoes of royal and even divine honour. His own statue was placed among the statues of Rome's ancient kings. His image began appearing for the first time in Roman history on coins struck during his own lifetime, an honour that had, until that moment, always been reserved, without exception, for the images of the dead, and a new priesthood, dedicated specifically to the worship of Caesar himself as something approaching a living god, was established in his honour, an arrangement that borrowed, quite deliberately and quite consciously, from the practices of the Hellenistic Greek kingdoms of the Eastern Mediterranean, kingdoms whose rulers had long been worshipped as living gods by their own subjects, but that had no real precedent and no comfortable place in the Roman political and religious traditions Caesar himself had been raised within. It is worth naming, too, what Caesar was actually planning to do with all of this accumulated power in the weeks immediately before his death, because it shows a mind still restlessly, almost compulsively oriented toward further conquest, rather than toward quiet retirement or the settled enjoyment of what he had already won. He had begun assembling by the start of that final march a genuinely enormous army, 16 legions and 10,000 cavalry by some ancient estimates, for a long-planned campaign against the Parthian Empire in the east, the same power that had annihilated Crassus and his legions at Caere a decade earlier, a campaign Caesar intended by several ancient accounts, not merely to avenge that old defeat, but to press on afterward through the Caucasus and around the northern shore of the Black Sea, subduing the tribes of that whole vast frontier before finally turning back through Germany and Gaul to complete, in one single sweeping arc, a Roman dominion over the entire known world north and east of the Mediterranean, an ambition of almost fantastical scale that would, had it ever actually been attempted, have kept him away from Rome itself for years, possibly for the remainder of his life. He was due to depart the city only 3 days after the Ides of March, and it is one of the smaller, sharper ironies of this whole enormous story that the conspirators, in choosing their moment specifically, because Caesar's departure would put him permanently beyond their reach, ended up striking down a man whose restless ambition was already, in every practical sense, about to carry him away from the very Senate and the very city they were trying to save, into a campaign so vast that the Rome he left behind might easily have governed itself in his prolonged absence on terms considerably closer to the old republic than anything that had been possible while he still walked its streets. It is worth dwelling for a moment on one particular episode from these final weeks, because it captures, in a single vivid public scene, the genuine and unresolved ambiguity at the very heart of Caesar's final months in power. At the festival of the Lupercalia, held in the middle of February in the year 44 before Christ, Mark Antony, Caesar's own loyal lieutenant and fellow consul, publicly offered Caesar a royal diadem, a specific physical symbol of Hellenistic kingship, in front of a large public crowd gathered in the forum, and Caesar, watching the crowd's reaction carefully, saw it greet the offer with visible discomfort and only scattered uncertain applause, and pushed the diadem away, at which point the crowd, relieved, erupted into genuine and enthusiastic cheering, and Caesar, reading that reaction with the same shrewd political instinct he had applied throughout his entire career, ordered the moment recorded in the official state records as proof that he had been offered kingship by the Roman people and had refused it. Ancient historians, both those broadly sympathetic to Caesar and those sharply critical of him, have argued for 2,000 years over what that carefully staged public scene actually meant. Whether it was a genuine, spontaneous test of public opinion that Caesar read correctly and responded to with real political caution, or whether it was, as many of his enemies immediately and pointedly suspected, a deliberately staged piece of theatre designed to test just how far Roman public opinion could be pushed toward accepting formal kingship, and to establish a public record of refusal that Caesar might, at some later and more carefully chosen moment, quietly reverse. We cannot honestly resolve that question with total certainty even now, and it is worth letting that uncertainty stand, because it is exactly the kind of uncertainty that was eating away, that same month, at the small determined group of senators who had already begun meeting in secret to discuss what they had convinced themselves was the only remaining solution to the problem Julius Caesar now represented. The conspiracy takes shape. The men who began gathering, quietly and dangerously, in small private meetings through the early months of the year 44 before Christ were not, for the most part, the kind of embittered, marginal, or personally disgraced figures that later Roman propaganda, produced by Caesar's own eventual heir, would work hard to portray them as. Many of them were men Caesar had personally pardoned after Pharsalus, men who owed their continued lives, their restored property, and in some cases their very political careers directly to the clemency Caesar had extended to them, a fact that makes the conspiracy that eventually formed against him considerably more complicated and considerably more genuinely tragic than a simple story of grateful subjects turning against a generous ruler. Chief among them was Gaius Cassius Longinus, a proud, capable, and by most contemporary accounts genuinely principled senator who had fought against Caesar at Pharsalus, been pardoned, and had watched, in the years since, with mounting and increasingly open resentment, as Caesar's accumulation of personal power steadily outpaced whatever gratitude his own pardon might once have inspired, and it was Cassius, more than any other single figure, who did the patient, careful work of recruiting and organising what would eventually become a conspiracy of more than 60 senators, a remarkable feat of secret political organisation in a city whose political culture ran, as we have seen throughout this story, on gossip and rumour and constant mutual surveillance. But the conspiracy's true prize, the one recruitment Cassius understood correctly, would give the entire enterprise the moral legitimacy it desperately needed, in the eyes of the wider Roman public, was Marcus Junius Brutus, a serious, philosophically inclined senator whose family connection to this story reaches all the way back to its very beginning, because Brutus, by his own family's proud and carefully maintained tradition, claimed direct descent from the very same Lucius Junius Brutus who had led the uprising against King Tarquin the Proud nearly 450 years earlier, the man whose actions had produced the founding oath against kingship that this entire long story began with. It is worth naming, too, a detail that ancient gossip seized upon with real relish, and that modern historians treat with considerably more caution, that Brutus's own mother, Servilia, had been for years one of Caesar's most devoted mistresses, a relationship well documented enough in the ancient sources, including a famous story of Caesar sending Servilia an extraordinarily expensive pearl in the middle of a Senate debate, that rumours persisted, both in Brutus's own lifetime and for centuries afterward, that Caesar might in fact have been Brutus's biological father, rumours that the simple arithmetic of the affair's documented timing makes almost certainly false, since Servilia's relationship with Caesar appears to have begun after Brutus was already born, but that nonetheless lent an extra, almost unbearable layer of personal tragedy to the story that later writers, Shakespeare most famously among them, would find impossible to resist. Brutus himself, by the consistent testimony of nearly every ancient source, agonized genuinely and at real length over whether to join the conspiracy, torn between his own personal debt of gratitude to a man who had pardoned him after Pharsalus and had shown him consistent personal favour and affection ever since, and his deep, sincerely held philosophical conviction, nurtured on the same stoic principles that had shaped Cato the Younger, his own father-in-law, that no personal loyalty, however genuine, could outweigh a Roman citizen's sacred duty to prevent the return of one-man rule, and the story, whether entirely accurate in its details or polished somewhat by later retelling, holds that Cassius and other conspirators left anonymous notes for Brutus around the city, in his official chair and scattered near the ancient statue of his own famous ancestor, urging him, in language calculated to appeal directly to his family's own inherited legacy, to wake up and prove himself worthy of the name he carried. It is worth naming, too, some of the other men who joined this conspiracy, because the popular memory of the assassination tends to collapse the whole affair down to just two names, Brutus and Cassius, when in truth it drew together more than 60 senators with a genuinely wide range of personal histories and personal grievances. Decimus Junius Brutus, not to be confused with the more famous Marcus Brutus and distinguished by history as Decimus, was, if anything, an even more painful case of personal betrayal than Marcus Brutus himself, since Decimus had served as one of Caesar's own most trusted subordinate commanders throughout the Gallic and civil wars, had been named by Caesar in his will as a secondary heir, and had even been designated to govern one of Rome's wealthiest provinces the following year, an appointment that makes his decision to join the plot, and his role in personally coaxing a hesitant, omen-troubled Caesar out of his own house on the final morning, one of the single most personally devastating betrayals in the entire story. Gaius Trebonius, another former Caesarian officer of real distinction, took on the grim practical task of keeping Mark Antony occupied and talking in conversation just outside the meeting hall on the morning of the assassination itself, deliberately delaying him so that Antony, whose loyalty to Caesar and whose own considerable physical strength made him a genuine danger to the plot, would arrive too late to intervene. The two Casca brothers, Publius and Gaius, both took part, Publius striking the first blow. A senator named Lucius Tillius Cimber, as we've already seen, delivered the staged petition that opened the attack, and a senator named Lucius Minucius Basilus, along with several others whose full biographies have been lost to time, filled out the ranks of a conspiracy that was, in the end, drawn overwhelmingly from men of real standing, and in a great many cases real personal history with the man they had decided to kill. It is worth pausing too to place this conspiracy within the older political language of the Republic that this whole story has already introduced, because the conspirators did not think of themselves as a new or a radical faction, but as the latest defenders of a political tradition, sometimes called the Optimates, the best men, that had opposed Caesar and men like him for generations, standing against the rival tradition the Romans called the Populares, those who built their political careers, as Caesar himself always had, on direct appeals to the ordinary voting citizens of Rome rather than on the accumulated prestige of the Senate's oldest families. It was, in the end, the same fault line that had gotten the Gracchus brothers murdered in the street more than 80 years earlier. The same fault line that had sent Marius and Sulla to war against each other. The same fault line that had shaped Cato the Younger's lifelong opposition to Caesar's rise, now arriving at last at its final and bloodiest expression in a hall built by a man, Pompey, who had himself spent much of his own career caught uneasily between the two sides of exactly that same old and unresolved argument. By early March, the conspiracy had settled on its plan. Caesar was scheduled to depart Rome within days on a major new military campaign against the Parthian Empire, seeking, among other things, to avenge Crassus's catastrophic defeat at Carrhae nearly a decade earlier, and once he left the city at the head of his legions, surrounded by loyal soldiers, the opportunity to strike him down as a private citizen, unarmed and vulnerable, would very likely never come again. The conspirators settled on the 15th of March, the Ides, as their date, and on a meeting of the Senate to be held that day in a hall attached to Pompey's theatre, since the usual Senate house was under renovation, as their setting, reasoning that Caesar, attending in his formal capacity as presiding dictator, would be surrounded by senators, many of them conspirators themselves, and would have no reason to bring armed guards into what was, by long and sacred Roman tradition, a space where senators met unarmed among their own peers. The days immediately before the Ides brought, according to nearly every ancient source that describes them, a thickening cloud of omens and warnings that later writers would seize upon with obvious relish, whether or not every single detail can be trusted as literal historical fact. The seer Spurinna's warning, which we heard at the very start of this long night story, was, by several accounts, only one among many. Caesar's own wife, Calpurnia, is said to have dreamed the night before of holding her husband's murdered body in her arms, a dream vivid and disturbing enough that she genuinely begged him, that final morning, not to attend the Senate at all, and Caesar himself, by multiple accounts, seriously considered sending word that the meeting should be postponed. It was Decimus Brutus, a conspirator whose closeness to Caesar and whose position as one of the general's own trusted subordinate officers made him uniquely well placed to overcome any last hesitation, who arrived at Caesar's house that morning and, with the easy, practised charm of a man Caesar had every reason to trust completely, gently mocked the idea of a dictator of Rome cancelling a meeting of the Senate because of his wife's bad dream, and persuaded Caesar to come along with him after all, walking the short distance to Pompey's theatre in what would prove to be the final walk of his life. It is worth pausing briefly on the sheer strangeness of the setting itself, because it is a detail that a listener unfamiliar with the layout of ancient Rome can easily miss entirely. The Senate did not meet that particular day in the old Senate house in the Roman Forum that most of us picture when we imagine Roman government, because that building was at the time being rebuilt following a fire, and so the senators gathered instead in a large meeting hall that formed part of an entertainment complex, a theatre and an attached colonnaded portico that Pompey the Great had built and dedicated some years earlier as one of his own great public monuments to himself, complete at its centre with a life-size statue of Pompey himself, so that the 60-odd senators who filed into that hall on the morning of the 15th of March walked, quite literally, into a room built by and dominated by the towering marble likeness of the very man whose own death 6 years earlier this whole long story has already told you about, and it was at the foot of that same statue, beneath Pompey's own carved and unseeing eyes, that Caesar would fall, the Ides of March. We return now to the scene this long night began with, but let us walk through it once more slowly this time, and in fuller and more honest detail, because the version of this moment that has lodged itself most firmly in popular memory, shaped by centuries of retelling, and above all by a single towering work of English drama, written more than 16 centuries after the events it depicts, has smoothed away a great deal of the messier, more confused, more genuinely frightening reality that the ancient sources actually describe. As Caesar entered the hall and took his seat, a senator named Lucius Tillius Cimber approached him with what appeared to be an ordinary petition, requesting the recall of an exiled relative, and when Caesar, according to custom, waved the request aside, Cimber seized the shoulder of Caesar's toga and pulled it down, a prearranged signal that immediately brought the other conspirators crowding forward around the dictator's chair. The first blow came from a senator named Publius Casca, striking, according to most accounts, from behind and landing a wound to Caesar's neck or shoulder that was serious but almost certainly not immediately fatal, and Caesar, by Suetonius's account, spun around, seized the knife, and cried out in genuine shock and fury, demanding to know what Casca thought he was doing, at which point Casca, according to the same account, called out in panic to his fellow conspirators for help, and the attack, which had begun as a single, carefully planned strike, dissolved almost immediately into a chaotic, frenzied scrum as senator after senator, many of the men who had never before drawn a weapon against another human being in their entire lives, pressed forward to add their own blow in what several ancient sources suggest was, quite deliberately, intended to bind every single conspirator together in shared, undeniable guilt, so that no one man could later claim to be the sole assassin, and no one man could later be singled out for vengeance in isolation from all the rest. It is worth pausing for a moment on the wider room this was happening in, because the popular imagination tends to picture the assassination as an intimate, almost private affair, a handful of men closing in around a single chair, when the ancient accounts describe something considerably more chaotic and considerably more public than that. The hall held the full assembled Senate, several hundred men in total, and while more than 60 had joined the conspiracy itself, the great majority of those present that morning had no idea whatsoever what was about to happen, and as the attack began, the senators who were not part of the plot did not, by any account, rush forward to help their presiding dictator. They scattered by every surviving description in immediate, undignified panic, some fleeing the hall outright, others simply flattening themselves against the walls and columns of the chamber, too shocked and too afraid of being mistaken for either an attacker or a defender to move at all, so that Caesar, at the actual moment of his death, was in some sense entirely alone, even while surrounded on every side by hundreds of his own fellow senators, not one of whom, by the consistent testimony of the sources, lifted a hand to save him. Caesar, by most accounts, fought back at first, wounding at least one of his attackers with a stylus, a sharp writing implement, before finally recognizing amid the crush of blades and bodies pressing in from every side that resistance had become hopeless. And here we arrive at the single most famous and most persistently misunderstood detail in this entire story. The word Caesar is popularly remembered as speaking to Brutus in his final moments. The Latin phrase that translates in its most familiar form to you, too, Brutus, a phrase immortalised centuries later in Shakespeare's own dramatic retelling and repeated ever since, as though it was sober historical fact. It is worth naming plainly that the ancient sources closest to the actual events do not agree that Caesar spoke these words at all. The historian Suetonius, writing roughly a century and a half after Caesar's death, reports that some sources claimed Caesar said nothing at all in his final moments beyond a single groan, while others reported him addressing Brutus in Greek rather than Latin, with words that carried a rather different and considerably more ambiguous meaning, something closer to a question, "And you too, my child," than to the resigned, almost tender acceptance that later English tradition would come to associate with the phrase, and it is entirely possible, given how chaotic and how swiftly fatal the actual attack appears to have been, that Caesar, struck again and again by more than 20 separate blades in a matter of seconds, said nothing coherent at all in his final moments, and that the famous last words attributed to him are in the end simply another piece of a legend that history has had 2,000 years to polish into something far cleaner and far more dramatically satisfying than the actual, brutal, chaotic scene it claims to describe. What is not in serious doubt, because it comes down to us through the account of a physician named Antistius, who was permitted to examine Caesar's body afterward, and whose findings were recorded and repeated by multiple independent ancient sources, is the sheer physical brutality of what those 60 or more conspirators actually did to him. Caesar was stabbed some 23 separate times, and Antistius's examination concluded that only one of those 23 wounds, a blow to the chest, would on its own have been sufficient to kill him, meaning that the great majority of the wounds inflicted on his body that morning were struck, whether by trembling, panicked hands unpractised in violence, or by the sheer, desperate crush of too many men trying to reach the same falling target at once, after Caesar was already dying or already dead. He fell, according to the most persistent and most widely repeated ancient tradition, at the base of a statue of Pompey the Great himself, his old rival, his old ally, his former son-in-law, whose own severed head had been presented to Caesar in Egypt 6 years before, and it is one of the strange, almost unbearably neat symmetries of this whole long story. A symmetry so perfect that a good number of modern historians suspect it may itself be at least partly a later literary embellishment, that Julius Caesar's own life should have ended, bleeding out on cold marble, in the shadow of the one man whose own violent death had, in so many ways, cleared his final path to absolute power. It is worth naming, too, the strange hollow silence that fell over that hall in the minutes immediately after the killing was finished, because it is one of the details the ancient sources preserve most vividly, and that popular retelling most often leaves out entirely. The conspirators, their work done, withdrew almost at once, several of them, by Suetonius's account, brandishing their bloody daggers as they went, hurrying out to make the announcement they still believed the whole city would receive as liberation. And the ordinary senators who had fled the chamber in the first moments of the attack did not return. For a considerable stretch of time, by the ancient accounts, Caesar's body simply lay where it had fallen alone at the foot of Pompey's statue, in an empty hall that only minutes before had held several hundred of the most powerful men in the Roman world, until finally 3 of his own household slaves summoned, once the immediate danger had passed, came and lifted his body onto a common litter and carried him home through the streets of Rome themselves, with one arm, according to the single haunting detail that Suetonius chose to preserve, hanging down loosely over the side the entire way, in full view of whatever early witnesses happened to be in the streets that morning, the master of the Roman world carried back to his own house by 3 unnamed slaves, with no formal procession, no honour guard, and no one of any rank at all walking beside him, both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing here in the immediate ringing silence that must have followed those first chaotic, blood-soaked minutes, to hold, deliberately and honestly, both halves of what this story has now told you, because neither half, taken entirely on its own, tells you the truth of what actually happened in Rome on the 15th of March in the year 44 before Christ. Julius Caesar was, by nearly every measure history allows us to apply, one of the most extraordinary individual human beings the ancient world ever produced, a general of genuine and rare tactical brilliance, an administrator of real and substantial vision whose calendar reform alone touched, and continues to touch, the daily life of nearly every human being on the planet in a way that few other single acts by any historical figure ever have. A man who extended again and again, at real political cost to himself, a policy of clemency toward defeated enemies that stood in the sharpest possible contrast to the bloody precedent Sulla had set a generation before him, and who used his own hard-won power to address, seriously and substantively, real and long-festering problems of debt, land and citizenship that generations of more cautious Roman politicians had allowed to fester unaddressed. He was also, in the very same breath, a man whose personal ambition drove him to wage a war of conquest against the peoples of Gaul, so devastating in its human cost that even his own admiring contemporaries recorded casualty figures that should trouble any honest listener. A man who accumulated in the space of barely a year a stack of personal honours so extravagant and so pointedly royal in their symbolism that it is difficult, looking at the historical record honestly, to conclude that he was not, whether through calculated ambition or simple accumulated habit, after decades at the absolute summit of Roman power, steering the Roman state, deliberately or otherwise, toward exactly the kind of one-man rule that his own culture had spent 4.5 centuries teaching every one of its citizens to fear and despise above almost any other political outcome imaginable. It is worth naming, too, a pattern this channel has noticed before in other stories told on other nights, about how catastrophes of this particular kind actually happen, because it applies here with unusual clarity. It is tempting, looking back from 2,000 years away, to search this story for the single villain, the one clearly wicked choice that explains everything that followed, and that temptation should be resisted, because almost nobody in this entire long chain of decisions was acting, in their own mind, as a villain at all. Caesar did not wake up one morning and decide to destroy the Republic. He climbed, rung by rung, using the same tools of bribery, alliance, and calculated force that generations of ambitious Romans before him had used, and simply proved more gifted, more ruthless, and more fortunate than any of them at using those tools all the way to the top. Brutus and Cassius did not conspire out of simple jealousy or personal ambition. They killed a man many of them had genuine personal affection for because they sincerely believed, on real and defensible principle, that the Republic could not survive him. Even Cato, whose rigid refusal to compromise did as much as any single factor to make civil war unavoidable, was acting by every honest account out of genuine and uncorrupted conviction rather than any petty personal grievance. This is, in the end, the pattern this whole channel keeps finding. Story after story, empire after empire. Catastrophe so rarely arrives because one man chooses it deliberately, and so much more often arrives because a long chain of individually reasonable, even admirable people, each acting on their own, sincerely held convictions, each taking what seemed, in the moment, like the only responsible course available to them, walk together, one defensible step at a time, directly into disaster. And the men who killed him deserve exactly the same honest, double-handed treatment, rather than the simple villainy that later imperial propaganda, produced under Caesar's own eventual successor, would work very hard to attach to their names. Brutus and Cassius and the more than 60 senators who joined them were not, for the most part, embittered or self-interested men acting out of simple personal grievance. Many of them, as we have seen, owed their very lives and their restored careers directly to Caesar's own clemency, and their decision to kill him anyway, at enormous personal risk and, as events would soon prove, at the cost of their own eventual destruction, reflects a genuine and sincerely held political conviction, however catastrophically mistaken it would turn out to be in its practical consequences, that the survival of the Roman Republic as a functioning system of shared, limited, temporary power mattered more than any debt of personal gratitude, more even than their own lives. Where they failed, and failed catastrophically, was not in the sincerity of their principles, but in the completeness of their thinking. Because in their fierce, focused determination to remove the single man they believed was strangling the Republic, they gave almost no serious thought at all to what would actually happen the moment Caesar's body hit the marble floor. No plan for winning over the Roman people, who had, in fact, loved Caesar deeply, and would very soon make that love violently clear. No plan for managing Caesar's own veteran soldiers, scattered across Italy and the provinces by the tens of thousands, whose loyalty to their dead commander's memory would prove far stronger than any abstract loyalty to a Senate that had never given most of them land or pay without a fight. And, most catastrophically of all, no plan for Mark Antony, Caesar's own loyal consular colleague, who the conspirators had specifically and deliberately spared from the assassination itself, believing, with a fatal and almost willful naivety, that killing the tyrant alone would be a sufficient and self-evidently justified act that required no further violence and no further planning to succeed, whose Rome was actually saved. It is worth naming, too, a divide running underneath this whole final crisis that the conspirators themselves, for all their genuine principle, appear to have understood only dimly, which is that the Rome they believed they were saving was not, in any simple sense, the same Rome that the ordinary people crowding the streets outside the Senate house that morning actually lived in. For the 60 or so men who plotted Caesar's death, nearly all of them senators, nearly all of them drawn from Rome's oldest and wealthiest families, the republic they wished to restore was a very particular kind of republic, one in which power circulated through open election and open competition among a comparatively small class of established noble families, their own families chief among them, a system that had for centuries given men exactly like Brutus and Cassius a real and serious stake in how Rome was governed. For the ordinary grain-dole citizen in a crowded apartment block, the small shopkeeper, the discharged legionary waiting on a promised plot of land, the freed slave hoping his own children might someday rise into full and respected citizenship. That same old republic had, in practice, meant something considerably less golden. A political system in which their own votes counted for very little against the accumulated wealth and patronage of the great families in which the courts and the Senate had shown themselves willing, again and again across the century this whole story has walked through, to answer serious economic grievances with clubs and prescription lists rather than reform, and in which a man like Julius Caesar, whatever the darker ambitions tangled up in his own rise, had nonetheless delivered, in concrete and immediately felt terms, land, debt relief, cheap grain, spectacular games, and a settled peace after decades of ruinous civil war. It should not have surprised the conspirators nearly as much as it evidently did, when the crowd outside Pompey's theatre responded to Caesar's death, not with the grateful uprising of a liberated people, but with confusion curdling swiftly into fury, because the two sides of this argument were never really arguing about the same Rome at all. One side was defending an inheritance, and the other side, whatever its blind spots and its very real dangers, had been receiving for the first time in a great many ordinary Roman lives something that had at least begun to resemble a share, the uncounted dead of Rome's own civil wars. It is worth pausing one more time before this story rushes on toward its final scenes, to do for the Roman civil wars what this channel has already tried to do for the Gallic War, because it is easy, in the sheer narrative momentum of Ilerda and Dyrrhachium and Pharsalus and Thapsus and Munda, each battle following the next in a breathless sequence of Caesarian victories, to lose sight of the fact that these were not abstract contests of generalship at all, but a decade of Romans killing Romans, citizen against citizen, in numbers that the ancient sources record only unevenly, and that modern historians can only ever partially reconstruct. At Pharsalus alone, by the more careful modern estimates drawn from the surviving ancient accounts, something in the range of 6,000 of Pompey's soldiers died on the battlefield in a single day, the great majority of them Roman citizens or Roman allied troops fighting under a Roman general against another Roman general, and thousands more were taken prisoner, many of them absorbed in the end directly into Caesar's own victorious army, fighting, within weeks, under the very banner that had just killed their former comrades. Thapsus, by some ancient accounts, was worse still, a battle that dissolved in its final hours into something closer to a massacre than a contest, as Caesar's own legions, out of anger or exhaustion or simple battlefield momentum that even their commander could not fully rein back in, continued killing surrendering enemy soldiers well after any meaningful resistance had ended, a detail that even Caesar's own officers, by later report, found troubling enough to record. And beneath all of these individual battles lies a decade-long accounting that no ancient source ever fully attempted, and that no modern historian can ever fully complete: the countless smaller skirmishes, the sieges, the executions of captured officers, the ordinary soldiers on both sides who simply never came home, swallowed into a war that began, in the most literal sense, with one ambitious man's refusal to give up his army, and that would not in truth even end with Caesar's own death, but would grind on for another decade and a half beyond it, through Philippi and Actium, adding still more uncounted Roman dead to a ledger that this whole channel has learned, story after story, to expect will never be fully balanced, because the men who kept the records were, so very often, the same men who had the most reason in the world not to count too carefully. How do we know this? It is worth pausing to before we follow this story to its final, rapid unravelling, to name honestly where all of this actually comes from, because the sources for Caesar's life and death, like the sources for so many of the ancient stories this channel has told, are neither neutral nor complete, and a listener deserves to know exactly whose eyes we have been seeing this story through. Caesar's own writings, his commentaries on the Gallic War and on the civil war that followed it, give us an extraordinary, vivid, and almost entirely self-authored account of nearly a decade of his own military career, but they are, as we've already discussed at some length, works of careful political self-presentation, first, and objective history a distant second, written by a man with every possible incentive to cast his own actions in the most favourable available light. Cicero, the great orator and Caesar's own sometime friend and sometime bitter political rival, left behind an enormous surviving collection of private letters and public speeches that give us an unusually intimate, contemporary, day-by-day view of the political crisis that consumed the Republic's final years. But Cicero's own views on Caesar shifted, sometimes dramatically, depending on the political winds of any given moment, and his letters, however invaluable, reflect the anxieties and the biases of Rome's traditional senatorial class more than any kind of neutral, disinterested chronicle. The two biographers whose accounts have shaped popular memory of Caesar more than any other single source, Suetonius and Plutarch, were both writing more than a century after Caesar's death, drawing on earlier sources that have themselves been lost, and both were working within literary traditions. Suetonius's taste for vivid, often scandalous personal anecdote, and Plutarch's deliberate, structured moral comparison between paired Greek and Roman lives that shaped and coloured the stories they chose to preserve and the stories they chose to let fade away. Later historians writing in Greek, Appian and Cassius Dio among them, add further detail and further perspective, but they too were writing centuries removed from the events themselves, in a Roman world that had by their own time long since settled into the very imperial system that Caesar's death had, in its own strange and unintended way, helped to produce. What we are left with, in the end, as we so often are in stories this old, is not a single clear window onto the past, but a careful, patient piecing together of overlapping, sometimes contradictory fragments, each one coloured by its own author's own particular loyalties, own particular blind spots, and own particular distance from the blood and the marble of that single chaotic morning. It is worth naming too the handful of sources that do not come from any historian's pen at all, because they are, in their own quiet way, some of the most trustworthy witnesses this whole story has, precisely because they were not trying to tell a story to anyone. The coins that Caesar had struck in his own final years survive by the thousands in museum collections around the world today, and they let us watch with a directness no biography can match. The exact escalation of his honours in real time, ordinary Roman coinage suddenly bearing a living man's own portrait for the first time in the Republic's history, then bearing in its final issues the explicit title Dictator Perpetuo stamped in plain Latin letters, a piece of hard physical evidence that no later writer's bias could have inserted after the fact, minted and spent and passed from hand to hand by ordinary Romans in the very weeks before the Ides of March. Inscriptions on stone, recording honours voted to him by cities and communities across the Mediterranean world, and the fragmentary remains of the Forum of Caesar itself, excavated and still being studied by archaeologists in the heart of modern Rome today, add further, silent, physical testimony to a life that would otherwise reach us only through the filtered, competing voices of men writing decades and centuries after the fact. It is worth remembering, when history feels too neatly written, too smoothly plotted toward its famous ending, that underneath the speeches and the biographies there is also simply metal and stone, stamped and carved by people who had no idea how the story would end, and who were only, in that moment, recording the world exactly as it appeared to them. Antony's speech and the fire that followed. In the hours immediately following the assassination itself, before any funeral, before any speech, Rome fell into a genuine and dangerous vacuum of authority that the ancient sources describe with a real palpable sense of confusion. Mark Antony, as fellow consul, the senior surviving magistrate of the Roman state, did not linger near the Senate house at all once the killing was done, but fled instead, disguised by several accounts in the plain clothes of a common slave, to his own house, where he barricaded himself in genuine fear that the conspiracy might extend further than the 60 men who had actually wielded the knives, and it was only once it became clear that the conspirators had no further plan, no second wave of killing, no armed force waiting in reserve, that Antony emerged and began, with a speed and a cunning that would soon prove decisive, to gather up the two things that mattered most in the days ahead: Caesar's private papers, which as sitting consul he had every legal right to access, and the public treasury, both of which he secured for himself before the conspirators had so much as finished celebrating what they still believed was an unambiguous, universally welcomed liberation. The conspirators themselves, meanwhile, having expected the Senate and the city to rally instantly to their cause, found instead that the senators who had not been part of the plot mostly fled the meeting hall in confused terror the moment the killing began, and Brutus and Cassius, unable to find any crowd willing to hear their justification, retreated for safety to the Capitoline Hill, Rome's ancient religious and defensive high point. Accompanied by a small band of gladiators they had, with a certain grim practicality, kept on hand for exactly this kind of emergency, and there they waited for 2 long, uncertain days, while the rest of the city held its breath. It was Cicero, in the end, who brokered the fragile, short-lived compromise that briefly held Rome together in those first anxious days, persuading the Senate to pass a general amnesty protecting Brutus, Cassius, and their fellow conspirators from prosecution, while simultaneously and rather awkwardly voting to ratify every one of Caesar's own acts and appointments as dictator, a compromise that satisfied almost no one completely, granting the assassins their safety without granting them the actual restoration of the old constitutional order they had killed to achieve, and leaving Caesar's own reforms, his own appointees, and crucially, his own veteran soldiers' land grants fully intact and fully binding on the Roman state that had, only days before, applauded his killing. It was into this same brittle, unstable compromise that Caesar's funeral and Antony's speech arrived only days later, and shattered it completely, because whatever relief and gratitude the conspirators themselves still expected from their fellow citizens, the ordinary people of Rome, unlike the senatorial elite who'd felt Caesar's growing power as a personal and constitutional threat, had experienced his rule largely as a period of genuine tangible benefit, generous public games, land distributions, debt relief, and a settled peace after decades of exhausting civil war. And they did not, on the whole, share the conspirators' own carefully reasoned philosophical objections to one-man rule nearly as strongly as the conspirators had assumed they would. That current of popular grief crystallized and then exploded at Caesar's public funeral, held in the Roman Forum only days after his death, where Mark Antony, delivering the customary eulogy that Roman tradition granted a close colleague of the deceased, gave a speech that later writers, Shakespeare foremost among them, would transform into one of the most famous pieces of political oratory in the entire Western literary tradition. And while we cannot know with certainty exactly what words Antony actually spoke that day, since even the most detailed ancient accounts were written decades or centuries afterward and almost certainly embellish and reconstruct the speech's content to some degree, what we do know with real confidence is its effect. Antony read aloud the terms of Caesar's own will, revealing that the dictator had left generous cash gifts to every ordinary citizen of Rome and had donated his own private gardens along the Tiber for permanent public use, and he displayed, before the assembled and increasingly agitated crowd, Caesar's own bloodied and torn toga, pierced by the assassins' knives, and the crowd's grief curdled, within what the sources suggest was a matter of hours, into open, uncontrollable fury, and a mob seizing benches and furniture from the surrounding forum, built an impromptu funeral pyre on the spot and burned Caesar's body there in the very heart of the city he had ruled, before surging outward through the streets of Rome in search of the conspirators, several of whom barely escaped the city alive, and at least one unfortunate bystander, a poet who happened to share a name with one of the assassins, was reportedly torn apart by the enraged crowd, who mistook him for the conspirator they were hunting, and did not pause long enough to discover their mistake before it was too late. It is worth pausing briefly on the fate of one more figure who has moved in and out of the edges of this story since its earliest chapters, because it captures, in a single life, just how completely the assassination failed to deliver the outcome its authors had intended. Cicero, Caesar's own sometime friend and sometime rival, the man whose fiery speeches had crushed the Catiline conspiracy decades earlier, and whose surviving letters have given us so much of what we actually know about these final tangled years of the Republic, was not himself part of the conspiracy against Caesar, learning of the plot only after the knives had already done their work, but he greeted the news, by his own private letters, with open and genuine relief, believing, as Brutus and Cassius themselves believed, that the death of one man had restored the Republic he had spent his whole life defending. He spent the following month delivering a blistering series of public speeches against Mark Antony, whom he correctly identified as the single greatest remaining threat to any real restoration of senatorial government, speeches so fierce and so relentless that they borrowed their name, quite deliberately on Cicero's own part, from the equally fierce orations a Greek statesman named Demosthenes had once delivered against Philip of Macedon centuries before. It did Cicero no good at all, when Antony and Octavian, the very two men whose rivalry Cicero had hoped to exploit for the Republic's benefit, instead reconciled and formed a new triumvirate of their own, one of their very first acts, in a grim and deliberate echo of Sulla's prescriptions a generation earlier, was to draw up fresh prescription lists of their own, and Cicero's name was on Antony's list from the very start, in direct and personal revenge for the Philippics. He was hunted down and killed within the year, his severed hands and head displayed, on Antony's own explicit orders, in the Roman Forum, nailed to the very speaker's platform from which he had delivered so many of his most famous speeches. A final, brutal irony that the Republic he had died defending would surely have recognised, had it still existed to notice. The Republic that Brutus and Cassius had killed Caesar to save did not in the end spring back to healthy life at all, and it is worth naming briefly what came instead, even though the fuller telling of it belongs properly to another night and another story. Caesar's own will contained one final surprise that none of his assassins had anticipated, and that would prove in the end more consequential than any single blow struck in Pompey's theatre. He had formally adopted as his son and principal heir his 18-year-old great-nephew Gaius Octavius, a quiet, sickly, and by nearly every contemporary account thoroughly underestimated young man whom almost no one in Rome, on the day of Caesar's death, imagined capable of successfully claiming, let alone holding, the vast inheritance of loyalty and legend that now bore his adoptive father's name. Octavian, as he would soon be known, allied first with Antony to hunt down and destroy Brutus and Cassius, both of whom, defeated in battle at Philippi in Greece 2 years after the assassination, took their own lives rather than face capture, each one in a final grim echo of the Republic's own long and bloody civil wars, falling on the very swords that had failed to save the world they had killed to preserve. Decimus Brutus, the trusted officer whose easy charm had walked Caesar out of his own house on that final morning, fared no better, and in some ways fared worse. Hunted down within months of the assassination, while attempting to flee toward the eastern provinces, abandoned along the way by the Gallic chieftain whose people he had once helped Caesar conquer, and who now saw no profit in shielding a defeated Roman fugitive, captured and executed on Antony's orders, a death that closed, with a certain grim symmetry, the story of the one conspirator whose personal betrayal of Caesar had cut deepest of all. Octavian and Antony then, with a predictability that this whole long story has, by now, taught us to expect from every alliance of ambitious Roman men, turned on each other in turn, and it would take another 13 years of intermittent civil war, culminating in a final naval battle off the coast of Greece and the eventual deaths, by their own hands, of Antony and of Cleopatra herself, before Octavian, standing alone at last atop the wreckage of the Roman Republic, transformed himself, carefully, gradually, and with a political subtlety his adoptive father had never quite managed to master, into Rome's first emperor, taking the name Augustus, and ruling for more than 4 decades over a state that kept every outward form of the old republic, the Senate, the consuls, the ancient offices Caesar himself had climbed so relentlessly, while quietly and permanently emptying every one of those forms of any genuine independent power at all. Brutus and Cassius had killed a man to prevent Rome from ever having an emperor, and their own act in the end was the single event that made a Roman emperor all but inevitable. What outlived him? Let us walk back now, through the whole long arc of this story, gathering up what actually remains of it, because a life this consequential deserves, before we let it go, one final honest accounting of everything it touched. A boy from a proud but fading noble family, nearly destroyed as a teenager by Sulla's prescriptions for refusing to divorce a wife he loved, climbed, through debt, through calculated bribery, through a genuinely remarkable gift for winning the affection of ordinary Roman citizens, the entire ladder of Roman political office, forged a private alliance with 2 of the most powerful men in Rome to seize the consulship by force of will when the Senate tried to block him, and used the military command that alliance secured him to conquer, over 8 brutal years, the whole of Gaul, at a human cost that even his own admiring biographers recorded in numbers that should give any honest listener genuine pause. He crossed a small, unremarkable river with an army at his back, an act that shattered, in a single afternoon, 5 centuries of Roman constitutional tradition and defeated in a war that spanned the length and breadth of the entire Mediterranean world, the one Roman general whose reputation had once eclipsed his own. He extended in victory a policy of mercy that stood in the sharpest possible contrast to the bloody precedent of the civil wars he had grown up watching, reformed the calendar that the whole modern world still quietly uses today, addressed real and long-neglected problems of debt and land and citizenship with real and substantial legislation, and accumulated in the very same breath so many of the outward trappings of Hellenistic kingship, the purple robe, the golden wreath, the image on the coinage, the title of dictator for life, that a sufficient number of his fellow senators became convinced, whether correctly or not we can never now know for certain, that only his death could save the Republic he had spent his entire adult life climbing toward its very summit. And on the 15th of March, in a hall built by his own oldest rival, he died beneath more than 20 blades, in a chaotic, desperate, unglamorous few minutes that later centuries would smooth into legend, and the Republic his killers believed they were saving did not survive him by even a decade and a half. It is worth naming too one final strange and luminous detail from the months just after his death, because it did more than perhaps anything else to determine how Caesar would be remembered by the very people who had once cheered his killers. That summer, during a set of public games that Octavian staged in Caesar's honour, a bright comet appeared in the sky over Rome for 7 consecutive nights, visible even in daylight by some accounts, and the ordinary people of the city watching it blaze overhead concluded almost immediately, and with a speed that Octavian himself did nothing to discourage and a great deal to actively encourage, that the comet was the soul of Julius Caesar himself, newly received among the gods, rising to take his place in the heavens. The Senate, whatever its lingering unease, formally voted Caesar's deification not long afterward, making him the first Roman ever to be officially declared a god by the state he had once ruled, and Octavian, moving with the same careful, patient political instinct he would apply to every subsequent step of his own long climb to power, began styling himself from that point forward as Diviphilius, the son of a god, a title that did more to legitimize his own eventual rule than almost any army he ever raised, so that the very republic which had killed Caesar for reaching too far toward the trappings of monarchy found itself within a single generation worshipping him outright and handing his adopted son the throne his own murder had been meant to prevent anyone from ever sitting on again. It is worth naming, plainly and without exaggeration, just how much of the world we still live in tonight was quietly shaped by the life and the death of this one man. Every time any of us glances at a calendar, in any country speaking any language, we are, in a very direct and unbroken sense, still using Julius Caesar's own solar year, corrected only slightly, 16 centuries after his death, by a pope who left its fundamental structure entirely untouched. Every time the month of July is spoken aloud, anywhere in the world, in any of the dozens of languages that preserve some version of that name, it is Caesar's own name, quietly, that is being spoken. The very word for emperor, in language after language across the whole of Europe and beyond, descends directly from his family name, the German Kaiser, the Russian Tsar, and a whole scattered family of related royal titles across the continent all trace their lineage in an unbroken chain of borrowed prestige back to Caesar, so that a boy born into a fading noble family in a middling Roman townhouse in the year 100 before Christ gave his own personal name permanently to the very concept of supreme singular one-man rule. The exact thing his own killers murdered him in a desperate, doomed effort to prevent from ever taking root in Rome again. And the Republic itself, the very system Caesar's rise had done so much to break, would echo forward across the following 2,000 years in ways its own final defenders could never have imagined, studied and argued over, and consciously imitated by revolutionaries and constitution makers from 18th century Philadelphia to 19th century Paris. Men who read Cicero's speeches and Plutarch's biographies and drew from them the very same two lessons that this whole long story has tried, gently, to leave with you tonight. How a state can build itself, patiently and imperfectly, around the deliberate prevention of one man's total power, and how easily, when ambition finally outgrows the institutions meant to contain it, even the oldest and most carefully constructed republic can find itself, one bloody morning, voting itself an emperor after all, whether it ever quite meant to or not. It is worth naming too how much of Caesar's own story survives, still in the ordinary language we reach for without ever quite remembering where it came from. To speak of crossing the Rubicon, in a business meeting or a family argument or a newspaper headline about some politician's irreversible decision, is to reach, whether the speaker knows it or not, directly back across 2,000 years, to a shallow, unremarkable stream in northern Italy, and a general who understood, even as he gave the order to cross it, that some choices cannot be walked back. To warn a friend to beware the Ides of March is to borrow the words of a seer whose name almost no one now remembers, attached to a date that has meant impending doom in the English language for 4 centuries, ever since a playwright named William Shakespeare, writing in London in the final years of the 1500s, took this very story, the omens, the wife's dream, the friend who talked him into that final walk, the crowd of blades beneath Pompey's statue, and turned it into one of the most performed and most quoted plays in the entire history of the English stage, a play that has done more than any Roman historian ever managed to fix this particular story, in this particular shape, inside the popular imagination of the English-speaking world. And every time a modern commentator reaches, as modern commentators so often do, for the word Rubicon, or for some updated version of the same old anxious question, whether a single sufficiently popular, sufficiently ambitious leader might yet bend an old and carefully balanced system of government to his own singular will, they are, whether they know it or not, still standing exactly where the Roman Senate stood on the 15th of March in the year 44 before Christ, still asking a question that Rome answered, that day, with more than 20 blades, and that history has never actually managed to answer for good. That brings us to the end of our long story tonight, and as always, it leaves behind more questions than it answers, which is perhaps exactly as it should be, because the truest stories from this deep in the past almost always do. We will never know with total certainty whether Caesar genuinely intended in those final months to accept the crown that Mark Antony offered him at the Lupercalia, or whether he was in his own mind still the Republic's most loyal and most talented servant, simply unable to see, from the very summit of his own extraordinary career, how completely his own accumulated power had already begun to resemble the very thing his culture had taught him, from earliest childhood, to fear above almost everything else. We will never know exactly what words, if any, passed between him and Brutus in those final chaotic seconds beneath Pompey's statue, whether it was recognition or grief, or simple, wordless shock that crossed his face as he finally stopped struggling and let the killing blades finish their work. What we do know is that a river was crossed that could not be uncrossed, and a crown was refused in public that may or may not have been wanted in private, and a republic that had spent 4.5 centuries teaching itself to fear one man's power ended up killing the one man who embodied that fear most completely, only to discover, in the chaos and the grief and the 13 years of renewed civil war that followed, that the fear itself had already won long before the knives ever came out, and that there was, in the end, no going back across that particular river either. Perhaps the truest thing left to say about Julius Caesar, sitting here with the whole long shape of his life laid out before us in the dark, is that he was never, at any single point across this entire story, only one thing at a time. He was the frightened teenager hiding from Sulla's assassins, and within a single lifetime the dictator whose own assassins would one day hide from him in turn. He was the general who wept, apparently sincerely, at the sight of his old friend's severed head, and the general who ordered an entire coastal people sold into slavery as a calculated lesson to their neighbours. He was the reformer who gave the whole world a working calendar. It still quietly uses every single day, and the same man whose accumulated honours frightened 60 of his own colleagues into murder. History rarely offers us a figure this large who resolves this cleanly into hero or villain, and Caesar, perhaps more than almost anyone else this channel has told you about across all its long nights together, refuses that resolution entirely, remaining to the very end exactly what he was on the cold marble floor of Pompey's own theatre, a man of almost limitless gifts, spent in almost equal measure on building and on breaking, whose story asks us, even now, 2,000 years later, to hold both hands open at once and not to look away from either one. Thank you, as always, for spending this quiet stretch of the night here with me, in this small corner of the internet, listening to a story that is, in the end, 2,000 years old, and yet still, somehow, entirely about us, about ambition and loyalty, about the slow, grinding way that institutions can be worn down long before anyone quite notices they are broken, about the difference between the crown a man refuses in public and the power he has already, quietly, made his own. If this is the kind of story that helps you drift off at night, please do subscribe and help this small channel on its way toward its first 1,000 subscribers. And remember that these episodes go up early over on Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else, with the link waiting for you down in the description whenever you would rather listen, with your eyes already closed. And whatever is pressing on you tonight, whatever river you're standing at the edge of in your own life, tonight or this week or this year, it is, in the end, almost certainly smaller than an empire, and it will almost certainly still be there in the morning, waiting patiently for you to cross it in the daylight, with clearer eyes than any of us ever have in the middle of the night. Close your eyes now. Let the rest of this old, old story settle over you like a blanket, and let it carry you gently all the way down into sleep. Good night and sweet dreams.